Thank you very much for your understanding. Observe online etiquette. May this virtual room be a safe space for everyone, so please respect one another. If your devices would allow, please turn your cameras on during the program for a more interactive session. Please keep in mind that your attendance will be recorded and checked throughout the whole event, so please stay with us until the end of our program. In case you got disconnected due to connectivity problems, please do not panic. The technical team will be on standby to readily assist you. Make sure to accomplish evaluation forms to be sent after our events. And of course, lastly, relax, have an open mind as we all enjoy learn and participate in this cultural exchange and student leadership summit. Okay, so once again, good morning, everyone. And a Muslim prayer to be led by Muslim, followed by the singing of the Philippine national anthem and the Indonesian national anthem.
May we have the Philippine National Anthem from the technical?
Oh, iki rapate sing iki. Sing iki pokoke sing melu. Sing iki juga melu. Pengetes. Biyen anduk kita tapi saya kira duwe. Hindi. Untungnya cek duwe sepatu. Ngikuti Umi itu enak. Kecisan.
To start. Hello from for our dear Indonesian friends. Can we have your national anthem first? Hello, ma'am, Mustika Devi. Hi, ma'am. This is Kim. While we are waiting for our national anthem, can we hear first yours?
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى إنا خلقناكم من جعلناكم شعوبا وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير قالت الأعراب آمنا قل لم تؤمنوا ولكن قولوا أسلمنا ولما يدخل الإيمان ولكن قولوا أسلمنا ولما يدخل الإيمان في قلوبكم وإن تطيعوا الله ورسوله لا يلتكم من أعمالكم شيئا إن الله غفور رحيم صدق الله العظيم. The meaning is, I seek Allah protection from Satan, the reject one. In the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful. O mankind, we have created you from a male and a female, and made you into nation and tribes so that you may recognition and another one another. Indeed, the most noble of you, because before Allah is the most righteous among you. Indeed, Allah is all-knowing, all-aware. The Bedouins say, we have believed. Say, you have not believed, but say, we have submitted. For faith has not yet entered your heart. But if you obey Allah and His Messenger, He will not detract anything from the reward of your deeds. Indeed, Allah is all forgiving, most merciful. Good speak the truth. Quran Surah Al-Hujurat ayat 13 until 14. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ma'am Mustika Devi. Thank you very much, Chrislen. Okay, let me also give our institutional prayer. O Heavenly Father, the fountain of life, wisdom, and love, teach us to ever cherish our university motto, non scholae sed vitae, not for school but for life. Let this lofty aspiration evolve into a treasured inspiration to love life and to live love in a lifelong learning. Guide us to nurture better tomorrows for the countless young people striving for meaningful lives. Strengthen us to champion excellence, but above all, transform us to become morally upright, responsive, and responsible servant leaders. In a most special way, shower your bountiful blessings on our administrators, teachers, retirees, employees, and students, so that as one family, we continue to care and share in our home away from home. May the Mother of Perpetual Help, our patroness and star of the sea, accompany us amidst trials and difficulties in our journey towards a joyful coming home in the bosom of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Hello, everyone. May we call Chrislen? Hello, Ma'am Angie. So I think we are now on to the very first item of this morning's program, Ma'am Angie.
Yes po, allow me first to give you the house rules for this webinar. Allow me po to share. Okay, thank you so much. I hope everyone was able to see that those important house rules. To officially begin our program, may I call in our Director for Students Affairs of the University of Nueva Caceres, Ma'am Kim Francia Bigay.
Thank you, Ma'am Angie. In behalf of the University of Nueva Caceres, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you to this virtual event organized by the now established collaboration between UAD and UNC. I would like to greet our friends from the Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. Selamat pagi, good morning. Selamat datang, welcome. I would like as well to acknowledge my colleagues and the students from the University of Nueva Caceres. Today's event will usher in a series of programs that will further solidify the relationship between the two universities. The consequent interdependence will sustain the respective growth in various areas such as cultural exchange, best practices in leadership, knowledge creation and research, community extension activities, and many other fields, the partnership of which can be an advantage for both. University partnerships are exceedingly significant. Clearly established objectives, roles, and accountabilities, and constant communication are essential to ensure mutual benefit for all stakeholders. Although not always easy, international partnerships hold significant rewards for those participating. The effort that the organizers have exerted is truly admirable. Indeed, the present global health crisis is not a barrier in continuing the tradition of friendship, the initiatives, and the thirst for knowledge. One thing that the pandemic has taught us is that interdependence is a must, and the safety of others is as important as one's safety. It is our hope that attendees from both universities will gain so much from this engagement and will use the learning experiences as we traverse our lives towards the new normal. Thank you and magandang umaga.
So to continue our program, may I now call in our Director for Career Center, Ms. Joanne Dangkalan, to give us the overview of the program.
Thank you, Ma'am Angie. And thank you, Ma'am Kim. Congratulations to everyone. Salamat pagi, magandang umaga, good morning. 3 different languages yet provide the same meaning. It means to start today with hope and gratitude of the past where we learned, the present where we are, and make the most of it to be ready in the future. And today is an example of how grateful we are to share the same goal of sharing the best practices of 2 different countries. Beyond the language, our quest for students of the future remains our top priority. In this regard, we welcome all representatives from the Universitas Ahmad Dahlan and the University of Nueva Caceres to this cultural and student leadership event. It is my pleasure to provide the overview of the program. So I hope that everyone is excited for today. And so this will be the events. After the opening ceremony, for half an hour, we will enjoy the different cultures where we will be given the chance to watch and share the music, arts, food, about our government, tourism or attractions, language, and sports. Breakout rooms will be opened. Then, in the following, it will be followed by a plenary session on the best practices on campus leadership. Dr. Widodo from UAD and Angela Averilia from the University of Nueva Caceres will share their experiences, after which there will be a health break for an hour. Very timely, a plenary session on mental health will come after the health break, which will be graced by Ms. Angelica Cadag, our guidance director, to share the different intervention programs for student challenges amidst the pandemic. Then, the session will be discussed further by sharing the different coping mechanisms of the students and faculty of UNC and UAD in the new normal. Without further ado, we welcome everyone to this engagement session. Meet new friends, share the best practices, and enjoy the rest of the day. Back to you, Ma'am Angie, Ma'am Kim.
Wow, I think that's very exciting, Ma'am Jo. And we really have to start already, right? Because we have been very late already because of some technical problems. And I know our friends from UAD are actually waiting, Ma'am Angie. So I think, Ma'am Jo, we can go already to the cultural exchange. And we start with music so that everybody will be at ease and will enjoy the activity for this morning for starters. So I think we're ready for the music. I'm calling on the technical to play the music as part of the cultural exchange.
Tech team, maybe please request for your help. And for me, on my end, I think this will be the first time that I'll be listening to music from Indonesia. How about you, Ma'am Angie? Is this the first time that you'll be hearing
Yes,
music from
we are
them?
very excited to hear music from our partner institution from Indonesia. So everyone, I think, in this room is also excited to hear them, especially the UNCians.
Yeah, and also we know that there are a lot of talents in UNC, and we are very proud to also showcase their talents to our friends from AUD. And so, again, may we please request from the tech team to present the beautiful music from both the universities.
Yeah, this music is supposed to be given by the university band headed by Sir Raymart Martishu. So I've been calling for the technical. What's happening? Okay, I'm as excited as you are, but
Yeah.
the technical is not.
We want to sing for you, but the music doesn't want us, so
Okay, please don't, Ma'am Jo. Okay, so can we at least have initially the discussion of government while waiting for the technical to play the music? What do you think, Ma'am Angie and Ma'am Jo?
I'm good with that, Ma'am Kim.
So
While
that will
waiting,
not be, yeah, so that will not be wasting time. We have wasted so much time already, and I know everybody is patient already. And Kian Hamer is in the room already, ready to discuss and introduce our friends from UAD on some, what do you call that, some details about the Philippine government. So Kian, hello, Kian.
Hi, ma'am. Good morning, everyone.
Hi, Kian. Thank you for gracing our activity for today. So we will be asking you to discuss government at least before you leave the university to go on and pursue your career. Thank you, Kian.
Thank
You
you,
have
Ma'am
the
Kim.
floor.
Allow me to share my slides. So, good morning, everyone. I was invited by Ma'am Kim to share a few information about the Philippine government and the structure, how it works, what are the principles behind our structure. So, right now, actually, I'm reviewing for the bar exams, but I still indulge this invitation because I wanted to meet our partners in Indonesia. I want to personally see you at least virtually, so that I can also help in building this partnership between our two institutions, two universities. So the title of my discussion is Perlas ng Silangan, or in English, it means Pearl of the Orient Seas, because that is the nickname of the Philippines. All right, so there. Before I start my presentation, allow me to share to you an excerpt from the Philippine Constitution. It says that the Philippines is a democratic and republican state. It means that being a democratic state, it means that its leaders, its processes undergoes a process where the people can participate. It's not dictated by anyone, unlike in other forms of government. As a republican state, it means that we have representatives, that the people do not directly run the government, but they, in fact, elect representatives to do it for them. This means that under Section 1 of the Article 2 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution, the sovereignty resides in the people and all government authority emanates from them. So it means that at the end of the day, the ultimate bosses in the Philippines, the ultimate power is with the people, not with the government, not in any particular individual, not in an organization, but with the people themselves. So in a little while, you will also be, our partners in Indonesia will also be sharing their own form of government. And that's where we can see if there is difference or if we are similar in one way or another. All right. So the Philippine government has three separate branches. We have the legislative branch composed of about 24 senators and 304 members of the House of Representatives. This is part of the what I was already mentioning a while ago, that we are a republican state. It means that all the districts in the Philippines, all the organizations, the sectors, have representatives. That's the reason why we have 304 members of the House of Representatives. And we have also 24 senators. So in the legislative branch, these are the people who make laws. All right. So we also have the executive branch composed of the president and the vice president, who would take over in case that the president is incapable. And we also have members of the cabinet. So under the executive branch, they are the ones implementing the laws created by those in the legislative branch. And ultimately, we have the judicial branch, composed of the Chief Justice and four justices. As compared to the legislative and executive branch, the role of the judicial branch is to ensure that the laws passed by the legislative branch, which are implemented by the executive branch, would be followed by the people. Otherwise, they can be charged in court, and if they are liable, then they will face the consequences of their actions or their omissions. So basically, these three branches have different functions. One branch do not overlap the function of another. And that is what we call co-equal, the doctrine of co-equal and separate branches of the government, because they have different functions and they are not higher than the other. They are co-equal. All right. So I hope we can already see how the system of government in the Philippines actually empowers representation, empowers transparency, because there are three different branches who can check each other. All right. So I'm going to share with you the summary of how the three branches can check each other. Okay. So for the president, under the executive branch, he can disapprove bills passed on by the Congress, by the legislative, meaning even if meaning the legislative branch through the Congress cannot just make laws on their own. It has to be approved by another co-equal branch, which is the executive branch through the president. So they can check each other. Congress can pass bills, the president approves it. The president can also veto certain bills if he does not want them. As against the judicial branch, the president can also pardon. So for example, the judiciary branch convicted a person, but by virtue of checks and balances existing in the system, the president wants to forgive them, or what we call pardon them. Then then that person can be freed even if the judiciary already convicted him. Okay, so we can see the interplay of how branches can check and balance each other's power. Congress, on the other hand, can impeach the president, can override the veto of the president, can reject the people who the president appointed in his cabinet. They can also revoke the proclamation of martial law. They can also revoke the suspension of habeas corpus. And these are privileges that the president can do. However, the Congress can invalidate those actions. As against the judiciary branch, the Congress can also revise settled jurisprudence. So for example, if in the past, possessing a gun may be a violation of law, Congress can pass a law right now saying that it is no longer illegal for you to carry a gun. Then that means that the Congress can also invalidate certain doctrines already settled by the judiciary branch. And ultimately, the judiciary branch, as against both executive and legislative branch, can declare their actions as unconstitutional. So for example, the president did something. The court, the judiciary branch, can declare that as invalid. Or the Congress passed a law. And eventually, the court decides that it is unconstitutional or invalid. The court can do that. So the point of this discussion is just to show you that the system of government in the Philippines ensures that no individual person or group has the monopoly or has the absolute power over how to run the country, because other branches can check them, can balance their power so that it cannot be abused. All right. So I'm just gonna go through this. Any person who is at least 40 years old can become a president and can run for presidency and vice presidency. The person must also be a natural born citizen of the Philippines. And minimum requirement is that that person must be able to read and write. All right. So if you notice under these requirements, the requirements are at the very minimum, because there's no educational requirement even. As long as someone is able to read and write, he can run for presidency and vice presidency. And I think that's beautiful, because now we let the people decide and not limit who those people who wants to serve and who wants to participate in governance can be. Because if we will only limit it to those who have college degrees, to those who have doctorates, those who have masteral, it might be too limiting to people who do not have that kind of education but have the heart to serve the country. For the senators, as long as you're 35 years old and basically the same things as the president and vice president, you can run for senator. For House of Representatives, as long as you are at least 25 years old by election day, you are eligible or you are qualified to run as a member of the House of Representatives. If you want to be a justice of the Supreme Court, that particular position would require a higher requirement. You have to be at least 40 years old, and you should be a practicing lawyer or in the practice of law in the Philippines for at least 15 years. Because a judge or a justice has to be an expert in the laws in order for them to adjudicate or in order for them to weigh which side has a better claim or has a better right over the others. As opposed to if you are in the executive branch or legislative branch, as long as your willingness to serve is there, there are people who can advise you anyway alongside you. But for justices, they have to independently make their decisions of who to convict or who to declare as innocent. All right. So there. For their terms, a president can only serve for one term without re-election. So in the Philippines, if you have been elected as president, you can never ever be re-elected again as president. All right. So as opposed before, because there has been an instance before in the Philippines where a particular person was able to sit as president for decades. We do not want to ever again experience that regime. That's the reason why in the 1987 Constitution, we made it part of it that a president can only stay in office for one term, which is a 6-year term. For vice presidents, on the other hand, they can sit in office for a maximum of 2 terms with 6 years each. All right. So the vice president can be the vice president for 2 terms if elected again. The senators can sit for 2 consecutive 6-year terms, meaning if they get re-elected, they can sit there for 12 years at max. And then they have to skip 1 term and then they can run again. The only limitation is that you can only occupy that seat for 2 consecutive terms. And then you have to skip a term and then you can again run for office. For the members of the House of Representatives, they have a maximum of 3 consecutive 3-year terms. Meaning at most, you can have 9 years in office and then you have to sit back and then you can run again. For justices and judges, they have no term limit. So as long as you've been appointed to the court, you can stay there until age 70. Or you are incapacitated to discharge your function, like through illness or other circumstances which can prevent you from discharging your function. So basically, again, this is in line with what I was mentioning to you a while ago, that the Philippines is a democratic state. Because every so often, every 3 years for local positions and every 6 years for national positions, we elect leaders and representatives. Because we cannot allow a single person or a group of people or a family to monopolize running the government. That's the reason why we have elections every so often. All right. These are the powers of the government. Ma'am Kim, is it possible to mute the
Es importante eso también que le decían, el cuerpo, que se le cae encima para abalanzarse y se da está. Oh, creo que dijo, tú ahí, no pensé que el cuerpo abajo.
To mute our...
Hello? No dijo nada. ¿No?
Let's mute our...
Ma'am, perhaps the one who... I think the admin po of the Zoom can do.
Okay, Kian.
Okay po, thank you po. As for the powers of the government, I'm gonna run through each branch. For the legislative branch, as I mentioned, they can enact laws. They can make laws that prohibit certain actions. They can also take away land or properties of people. They can also create laws that imposes taxes. All right. So whenever there is a matter relating that needs a policy, it is the legislative branch. That way, it's also the legislative branch holding the power of the purse, meaning the legislative branch is the one deciding how much to allocate for certain industries. So It's the Congress saying there should be this amount for education, there should be this amount for health, because they hold the power of the purse. Also, they can decide if there is a tie for presidency, who to give the presidency to. They can also act as constituent assembly. They can declare the existence of war. They can confirm or reject appointments. They can ratify treaties. What do you mean by ratify? Treaties can be entered into, can be signed by the president. But that treaty will not be binding to the country if that is not ratified or confirmed by the legislative branch. They can also impeach the president, the vice president, justices, constitutional commissioners, and ombudsman. And finally, they can make legislative inquiry. Legislative inquiry is just like a proceeding, it's a proceeding where the members of the legislative branch would be investigating as to certain information that they would need to make laws. All right. So whenever they want to write a law, they need to conduct certain studies in order to justify the passage of such a law. All right. So for the executive branch, of course, as I mentioned, they would be the one implementing the laws. They also have administrative power over agencies of the government in relation to the implementation of those laws. They can also appoint government officials. They can grant pardon. As I mentioned, it's a way of balancing the power of the judiciary branch. They can also declare martial law. They can suspend the privilege of writ of habeas corpus. What is this writ of habeas corpus? The writ of habeas corpus is a legal remedy wherein the court will require a person to produce the body of someone. So for example, I'm missing. I am missing. If my family would file a writ of habeas corpus, then against a certain person, like let's say Ma'am Kim has to produce my body in at least within 3 days. Otherwise, she would be held liable. Okay, so veto a bill. The president can also decline a bill. Or, and finally, the president can also enter into treaties and agreements subject to the confirmation by the legislative branch. And finally, all right. And finally, the judicial branch. The judicial branch can do a judicial review, can adjudicate matters about the validity of laws, as I mentioned before, as a way to counterbalance the power of the legislative branch, and to appoint all officials in the judiciary. I just want you to pay particular attention in the judicial review. That's one of the best features of our current constitution, the power of judicial review by the judiciary branch. Because here all drawings, okay. In here, because of the judicial review, all acts of anyone in the government can be invalidated if they are proven to be abusive. All right. So the president passed an executive order which is against the rights of individuals. The court, through the judicial review, can invalidate that. The Congress passed a law which is anti-human rights, like the anti-terrorism law. The court can invalidate that through the judicial review. So the totality of this discussion is to just prove this point, that public office is a public trust. What does this mean? It means that the public office that these officials, that these politicians are holding is just a public trust that the people entrusted to them. They don't own it. They don't have possession over the power. because that belongs to the people. As a democracy, the power, the sovereignty belongs to the people. And if the people are elected as representatives, we are just giving them the power. It means that we can also take it from them. Okay, so the totality of my discussion is just to prove a point. The Philippines is democratic. The Philippines is a republican state. So everything else running in the government and everything and all the processes in our government is aligned to that principle that we must be democratic, that we must be representative. All right. So though we might not be able to see each other because we're doing this virtually, we can connect through Facebook, through LinkedIn, through email. Thank you so much for inviting me, Ma'am Kim, and I hope the participants were able to get a thing or two from my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kian. That's actually Political Science 101, and I love hearing you talk about our government. What about you, Jo? Hi, Jo. Are you still there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
And Ma'am Angie, how did you like the discussion of Kian? Or did
Yeah,
you?
indeed. Kian is a future lawyer of our country. Thank you so
Yeah.
much, Kian.
Thank
Okay.
you, Kian.
Yeah. Jo and Ma'am Angie, can we ask our friends from UAD if they have, if one or two from them would like to ask a question? Just a simple question about our government, something probably that's been bugging their minds about our government. Can we call? What do you think, Jo and Ma'am Angie? Let's call one from our friends from UAD so that it will be, before we let Kian go, we could have a little interaction. Can we pick from the attendees?
Sure, Ma'am
Like,
Kim.
I hope I can pronounce the name correctly. Dian Artha K. Hello. Where is it? Dian Artha. Hello. Dian Artha. Would you like to ask something from Kian?
Or Ma'am Kim, if she's not if he's not ready. Anyone from AUD can ask Kian.
Ma'am Dinda Nirmalista. Hello. Ma'am Dinda Nirmalista. Would you like to ask something from Kian about the Philippine government based from the discussion? Hi, Dinda. Okay, so I think Kian, everybody understood your discussion. It's very clear. It's a basic discussion of what the Philippine government is. So thank you very much. Anyway, you have given us your link, your email ad, if ever somebody wants to ask you about it. So they're very much free to do so. Thank you, Kian, again.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone, and have a good day.
Okay, so Jo, would you like to call the next? It's about language.
All right. So for us to get to know more about our language, we would like to request a representative from AUD to present the language from your area or from your country, please. Maybe while waiting, how about from UNC?
Yeah, I think it's from the University of Nueva Caceres initially. It's Mark Philip Paderan to talk about Philippine language. Hi, Philip.
Hi, ma'am. I'm here.
Hi.
Okay, I will just be sharing my screen as I share with you, okay, with everyone, the assigned topic to me.
Thank you, Philip, for gracing our activity for this morning. And for the information of everybody, Mark Philip Paderan is from the College of Education. I know Ma'am Angie and Ma'am Jo are very familiar with Sir Mark. So he's here to talk about some basic ideas about the Philippine language for the benefit of our friends from UAD. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ma'am Kim. Allow me to share my screen. Okay, as I start, um, my name is Mark Philip Paderan, and to all our Indonesian friends, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, Bapak dan Ibu, teman. Apa kabar?
Baik. Baik, alhamdulillah.
Okay,
Baik.
Baik,
baik
alhamdulillah.
saya. Okay, so it means a pleasant morning to our ladies and gentlemen attending here. And how is everybody? Okay, now today let's talk about Filipino-ness, the representation of self in language. Now, as I was saying, as I was when this topic was given to me, I was thinking that how would I share Filipino language as something that is new for all of us as a Filipino and as an Indonesian. Now, in the language, it does not only speak of something that is, it does not only speak about uh, the language itself, the Filipino or the Indonesian language, but it also says something about our culture, about our background, and about us. So, being a Filipino is not always about something that we do, but it actually represents, okay, the Filipino-ness or being a Filipino is being represented the moment we speak, the moment we use the language, and the moment we state every single word in that Filipino language, certain meaning in semiotic, semantic, and phonology, it says something about the society and the culture where we belong. Now, today we will be talking about how the Filipino or the Filipino language would resonates, okay, or resonates the society and culture, and what is the depthness that we could see in the Filipino language. Now here, if you're going back, this is a very basic thing, but let's draw something that is very important when we talk about language. So basically, language is a system of conventional spoken, manual, written symbols by means of human beings as members of a social group and participants in its culture, expressing themselves and functions as a way of communication that the expression of identity and place imaginative expression and emotional release. Whenever we are angry, whenever we want to express something, we're happy. What language do we? How do we express it? Of course, it's both in verbal and nonverbal language. But we Filipinos have distinct way of giving our nonverbal language, and at the same time the language literally the Filipino way of saying it. Say for example, when an American went here in Philippines, and then the American was asking, where is the biggest mall here? I want to visit that. So the person or the old person in front of him said, instead of saying that there on the left or on the right, the Filipino woman did this. She uses the lips to point the direction. But of course, other culture would not understand it. But that is one distinct way of sharing or giving direction in the Philippines. Okay, the way of giving the lips. Okay, as a way of giving direction. So that's one of the nonverbal language that we commonly use here. I don't know with other country, but in other country they also have different way of giving the nonverbal expression. I don't know in Indonesia. I think you also have different way of giving nonverbal directives. Okay, but for the language, it is very important to point out that when we talk about language, it resonates the culture and society. And it is very basic in the field of literature and anthropology that when we talk about culture and society, they are intricately connected or related. Okay, sorry, related with each other. So it means that a place or a culture, there is when there is a culture, there is a society, and when there is a society, there will always be a culture, and one of which is the birth of the language which we are using in the Philippines, the Filipino language. Now, for the information of some of us who might not be familiar, Filipino language originated in Austronesian or Malayo Polynesian. So if you could notice in Bahasa Indonesia and in Filipino language, there are actually similarities. Okay. My background, I was born in Brunei and I used to speak Malay, just a little, Bahasa Malay. I used to speak that, and there is a similarity between the two languages. Say, for example, the pointings, okay, in the sentence that, um, what's this? Okay, sudah makan. Okay, when a person, Indonesian, asks, sudah makan? Okay, makan na. So it means that have you eaten? So makan in the language in the Philippines, like especially in Bicol, kakan. Kakan is also a way of saying eat, okay? To eat, 'di ba? Kakan, kakanon, pagkakan, okay? So these are related words, okay? But if you're going to look into it, how do these two countries have relationship with each other? And if you could connect it to this concept that we are traced back to Austronesian or Malayo Polynesian language family. We belong in one family in terms of language. Now, in the Philippines, Filipino language is considered as the major language in the Philippines, spoken by Central Luzon, parts of Visayas and Mindanao, with over 14 million speakers. Now, the thing here is that in the Philippines, the difference is that we have two major languages. First is the English and also the Filipino that is commonly spoken in the Philippines, which can also be historically traced in the Americans' visit in colonization in the past for long years, which has influenced us so much. And then now going deeper into the Filipino language. Now the Filipino-ness in the language would mean that, as I was saying, the Filipino language does not only mean about does not only say about the structure that we commonly know. Now, when we talk about being a Filipino, it will always be traced into the language. Now, the structures, when we talk about the structures of the language, we commonly use abacada in the 1940s, and that is the indigenous language where the Filipinos base the Filipino language. Now, in the abacada language, there Filipinos have common errors because I'm teaching English also. We are commonly having errors in the F and V. Okay, like the Philippines. Okay, we interchange the P and F and also the V and then the B. And I believe that in some of the readings that I've had, it can also be traced into the orientation that Filipinos have in Abacada, because in our Abacada language, there is no F and there is no V sound. That's why we are commonly having problem. Also, the same thing in the same way with Indonesia. I think your original language has difference as well with the English. Like ako cinta kamu. Okay, it means I love you. Now, the cinta, the spelling of that is Cinta. So the C is pronounced as chi. okay, which is in English, it's the C sound, the K sound. So if you could notice, language itself has its own distinct feature. And when we own the language, we actually become the expression of who we are. But it's not actually about this because when we talk about the Filipino, the self in it is seen. How can you say that in the language, in the concept of the language studies, the inner being of a Filipino is being expressed? Now, we can look at it uh, into the explanation or into the experience, okay, that whenever we um, say something, okay, we can trace it back to our common practices in the cultural beliefs, the cultural values, and the societal traditions that we usually have. Example, in Philippines, we have the po and opo as a way of expressing respect, okay, in our when we talk to elderly people and when we talk to um, when we give respect. And then we also have some non-verbal gestures like having bless, okay, we get the hand of the elder people and then put it in our head, uh, forehead, so that we could express our respect. So these are the languages, okay, that expresses something deeper within. And then if I would be able to share with you as well that when I was reading a book about Raniela Barbasa, a person who's studying in the language and literature in Bicol, she was able to mention that when we talk about the solidarity and to the um, holistic um what's this, when we talk about the self, okay, the identity of a certain place, it is better to look into the language, because when we look into the language, when the person speaks, okay, uh relationship, okay, the nationality, okay, the nationhood is being developed because one connects with the other. And when this happens, we form a solidarity that makes the person or the identity stronger. Now, in the Philippines, we can speak the language, although we have seven major languages, but we are united when we use the Filipino language. We can understand one another, young, old, and then whether you are whatever economic status you have, whenever we use the Filipino language, we can understand one another. Because if you're going back to the culture, the moment we understand the language, the moment we use, okay, something that unites us, okay, the language that unites us, it forms solidarity and identity, okay. And with that, when we talk about this Filipino language, a lot of things are still to be explored, because we have every region language. In every region, we have our own language. And we, of course, want to nurture our own language. Like in Bahasa Indonesia, you have the Bahasa, but you also have the local language in your place. Same thing in Philippines, we also have the Filipino language, and we also have our regional languages within. But I think in the future, a Filipino, according to our national artist, a Filipino in the future is not just proficient in the use of the Filipino language that we used to, but a true Filipino can speak various languages. Okay, it means that a person can communicate or can understand not just the Filipino, but also the regional languages within the country, so that we can even more strengthen the nationhood, the solidarity, and identity. And if that is what we see in the Philippines, maybe that would be something as well in other countries. So I think that's it for my concept and my sharing about the Filipino language, okay, or languages, the Filipino-ness in our language as a representation of the Philippines, okay, and ourselves. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Philip. Thank you, Mark or Philip, for that very clear discussion of the basic of Filipino or the Filipino-ness. Okay, so probably again our friends from UAD would like to ask something, or should I ask what is I love you in Indonesian language?
Aku cinta
Ha?
kamu.
Ako cinta
Yes.
kamu.
Again.
Aku,
Ako,
Mhm.
aku cinta.
Okay.
ako cinta kamu.
And I love you too. Okay. What about I'm hungry?
Saya lapar.
Saya lapar. Okay. What about hello?
Apa kabar?
Bisa juga.
Hello.
Okay. What about it's lunch already?
Makan udah siap.
Okay. So that's interesting, Mark. Right? Would you like to ask something from Mark, my dear friends from UAD, about anything about Filipino language? Hello. Any question? I would like to ask if Dr. Widodo is in the room. Hello, Dr. Widodo. Okay. No question from Mark about language, Filipino language.
Not
Hi,
yet.
Alex.
Ma'am, can I give a comments?
Okay, sir, thank you. You may.
I don't have a question. It's just like I have a comments from the Mark presentation. I'm Indonesian and I am also can speak local language. And I am also can speak like Dayak-nis. Dayak-nis is one of the also local language from Indonesia, exactly in Borneo. In the Borneo part is really near to the Philippines. There are so many similarities. It's just like ikaw, it's you. In Filipino it's also ikaw, and in Dayak-nis we also call it dito, but in Filipino they call it dito. It means there. Yeah. And then if I'm not mistaken, this is for Indonesian. Kailangan is that means known, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it?
Yeah, kailangan means need. Kailan, when. When. Kailan.
Yeah. It's just, and also from the words I love you, mahal kita. In Philippines, mahal kita is refers to I love you, but in Malayu Dayak-nis, Indonesia, kita is it refers to you. Yeah, it's really same. There are so many similarities from that.
Yeah, and I think it is because of the relationship of the Austrino-Malayo-Polynesian that we can trace back, okay, in the past. And I think if language or family, maybe Indonesian and Philippines has its own family that we have to nurture even more. That's why I'm happy with the partnership with the UAD and UNC because it's really a family, okay, from language and maybe to further partnerships and relationships.
Yeah, thank you, Mark Philip, for your presentation. I do interest with this topic because recently I was learning Tagalog and I don't know. There are so many things that this book. I'm in love with Tagalog recently. Tagalog.
Wow, that's interesting, Alex. Okay, mahal kita means I love you. That's in Tagalog, Alex. Mahal kita. Okay. So I think you learned something today from the Tagalog language. Mahal kita. Or magandang umaga, that's good morning. That's good morning. Magandang umaga. So thank you, Alex. Thank you very much. Unless there are others who would like to ask from Philip. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I think we would like to thank Mark Philip Padaran for that discussion on Philippine language. And we would like to acknowledge Alex for the query or questions about Philippine language. Jo, are you still there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm still here. And I think for us to know if all of our attendants are still here, may we please request everyone to type in mahal kita in the chat box.
Great. That's great.
Everyone, may we please request you all, wow, yeah, mahal kita. There you go. And the messages, it's pouring po. So yeah, mahal ko kayo. It means we love you or I love you all. There you go. How about you, Ma'am Angie?
Okay. Thank you very much for that response from our friends from UAD and of course from our own UNC students and professors. Wow.
Ma'am Kim, I just noticed Sinta. In Tagalog, we do have Sinta, right? But instead of C, it's S. So Sinta is like iniibig. It's like beloved.
It's like it's a name for someone you love or you care for deeply, probably. Okay. So thank you, Mark, again from the College of Education.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Kim. Terima kasih semuanya.
Okay, I don't know about that. What's that? What does that mean?
Sama-sama, thank you.
Okay, okay. So, Jo, take it.
Ito mga barabag plastic naman.
So we are now on our second part of our activity for today, and I believe this would be on campus leadership. And for that, we would like to call the representative from UAD, Dr. Widodo, for a discussion on leadership. Dr. Widodo. I believe you are, you will be the representative from UAD to discuss on the best practices on campus leadership.
Ma'am Kim, I've checked. Dr. Widodo is not in the room po. So maybe we can start with Angela.
Okay, right. So let's call in Angela Averilia to discuss on campus leadership. Hi, Angela. Hi, Angela.
Angela po is in the link. So
yeah, she's here. She's here.
Hello.
There, Angela, we can hear
you. Hello, Angela.
Okay. Yes po, hello.
Can you please make it a little bit loud?
Just need to set up my presentation. Hello. I'm sorry. This is the loudest that I could. This is the loudest. I'm sorry.
Okay. So we can hear you now.
I think it's because of my internet connection. But am I audible for others?
Yes po. Yes.
Okay, just a moment. I apologize. Just a moment. I'm having technical difficulties.
Okay, take your
at the
time.
moment.
So while Angela is preparing, for the sake of our friends from UAD, Angela is the president of the University Student Government. She is from Political Science Society also, or APSS, Association of Political Science Students. She has been a leader for quite some time already, starting when she was in, if I'm not mistaken, first year. She has been very active in campus leadership. So we are expecting that even if next school year she will be in her fourth year, she will still be assisting us in making sure that campus politics in the university is still vibrant as ever, active as ever, and united as ever. So she will be in her fourth year, so she will be a little less involved in campus leadership, but she will still be there, probably extending her help as an ate to a lot of students in the university. So Angela, are you now ready?
Just a moment po, ma'am. It's still not loading, but I'll be ready in a few.
Okay. So I know Angela's discussion for today, Jo, will resonate to a lot of leaders, not only to the university, but to UNC rather, but to UAD. I know there are a lot of students from UAD listening to Angela, and they will be, and I believe Angela will give us the best practices of campus leadership in the University of Nueva Caceres.
I agree, Ma'am Kim, and I can just totally, can't help myself to reminisce the time when we were still in the university and being part of the student leader. Indeed, being a student and at the same time being a student is really very challenging yet fulfilling. I think Nong is in the room. Nong? Okay, hold on for a moment. Okay, right now, kindly forward it to my email, please. Thank you so much. And being a student leader, me as an individual working in the workforce development, it is really a very, advantageous on the part of the student. A lot of things that you can learn that you will use in the world of work, that you can actually learn from being a full-time student. So I'm very excited to learn again with the information that will be shared by Angela.
So meaning, Jo, you have been a leader also when you were in college?
Yes, sort of. The first one, I think it was just like I was just appointed. No one is, I didn't volunteer for it, but someone just pushed me and then, okay, you lead this and so forth, and the rest is history. But that person who actually pushed me, I consider her someone as my mentor, because without her, I think I will not be who I am today. Being with
good.
you.
That's good. Okay. So I think Angela is already ready. Angela, again.
And
Hello,
also,
again.
yeah,
Yes po.
and
Let's go po, Ma'am Joanne.
go ahead, Angela. And by the way, Ma'am Kim, I was informed that Dr. Widodo is still in the other room.
The other room, yeah.
Yes po. Yes. So
Okay.
Angela is ready, I think.
Okay. Hello, Angela. Good to see you.
Hello, good morning to everyone present in this room, to our valued guests from Universitas Ahmad, and to our students and professors from the University of Nueva Caceres. This will be just a quick presentation, a quick talk on campus leadership. But when I was invited to render a talk on campus leadership, I was actually hesitant because I don't see myself as someone who would give a talk like this, because I'm not that pro when it comes to campus leadership. But I guess my leadership has inspired a lot of people, and I'm hoping that it really did. So allow me to share my screen. Okay. Is it visible po?
Yes po.
Okay. So this okay, campus leadership. Last night when I was presentation, I was thinking, what were the best practices that I learned during the scope of my leadership. But by the way, let me introduce myself. I know Ma'am Kim already introduced me, and thank you, Ma'am Kim, for that introduction. I'm so overwhelmed and flattered at the same time. So I'm president of the University Student Government of the University, also a current of the university. Okay. There are only a few best practices in campus leadership. And this is what I would like to share to you. I think you can see my screen, everyone.
Yes, we can see your screen, Angela.
Okay. So this are practice in student leadership or in campus leadership are the core. This is the core. The leadership of the administrators, accessibility, effective communication, proactiveness, and being pro-student. This values or this characteristics are the driving leadership in the university. You're expected to have your own perspective na available to the students, to cater their needs and students. So let's talk about participation. Participation is very important. An impression. The students are not in the
Hi, Angela. You're a little bit choppy. Not actually a little bit, but you're choppy. Can you? Hi, Angela. You're choppy. Can you find a good place?
Is really challenged. And
Ma'am, okay, maybe she can just switch off her video so that she can save the bandwidth.
Angela, please switch off your video so that at least you can hear you. You are choppy. We can hardly hear you, Angela.
Ma'am Kim.
Yes.
She may be disconnected. I can't see her name in the list of attendees for now.
Yeah.
Maybe while waiting for her, we can show you the the music that was prepared by our fellow UNCs. Will that
good.
be okay, Ma'am Kim?
Okay, very good. Thank you, Jo.
Hold on. All right. Let me share my screen. May I please check if you can see my screen?
Yeah, we can
Yes,
see
Miss
it.
Anne.
Yeah.
Right. Let me know if the audio is also good. How's that? Okay. The audio?
Yes, Miss Anne.
Thank you. I'm sorry for that. Let me check. Okay. If the audio is so low, I think maybe you can adjust it also on your end. Hold on. Okay. How about Mhm. All right. How about this po? Is it okay? Is it
That's
louder?
that's better, Miss Anne.
Sorry for that. We'll repeat it. So, ladies and gentlemen, from UNC.
Thank you
There you
so much.
go.
Anne. Thank you so much, Miss Anne, for that wonderful presentation from our University Glee Club. Thank you
Yeah.
so much to our friends in UAB. Those music composed of the Filipino and our dialect song from Bicol. So
Yes.
we hope that you like that. Thank you so much. Ma'am Kim?
Yeah, I'm very proud because they have really prepared for that. And it's quite difficult because of the prohibitions in the pandemic, but they were able to prepare that. So kudos to Sir Ray Marticio, the band, and the Glee Club. So it makes one proud to see them perform. Okay, Jo, I'm wondering about Angela. Is she already in, or has she already a clear line?
Yes, ma'am. She's already in the room.
Okay. Angela, would you like to continue?
Hello, everyone. Again, good morning. And I'm sorry for the interruption a while
No
ago.
worry. No worry.
We have very limit. We have very low connection here.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Is it okay if I don't open my
Yeah.
video
Yeah.
so that the bandwidth will not be compromised?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Can you see my screen po? All?
Hello, Angela. Please proceed.
Ma'am Kim, I think she was disconnected again.
Again.
Uh,
So that we'll be able to maximize the time, Jo, I think our friends from Indonesia will be presenting, and it will be Dr. Widodo who will present the best practice in campus leadership. And I think he is ready. Sir? Hello, sir? While we're waiting for Angela, you can already present. Hello, ma'am. Or hello, sir. You can proceed.
I think Dr. Widodo is not in the link.
But I was advised that he will be the one to discuss.
He's already in the link.
Okay.
There are 2 accounts under the name of Dr. Widodo.
Okay. So, sir? Ma'am, there's no breakout room. So we have this main room where we can have the discussion. Hello, sir. Hello, Dr. Widodo. Welcome.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello, Dr.
Hello.
Widodo.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you. We can see you. Hello, sir.
Yeah.
We can
Sir.
see
Hello.
you clearly.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay.
Sir, here with me
Yes.
is Jo, Ma'am Jo, and I'm Kim. So please proceed with your discussion.
Yeah. Okay. I can start my presentation. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Can you see my slides?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for all. Good morning, everybody. The Honorable Mrs. Kim Francisca, PK, Director of Office of Student Affairs Philippines, and Angelica Kandak, Director University Guidance Philippines, and Angelica Evrila, the President of University Student Government, and Mrs. Juan dan Kalan. Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and all of participants. Today, I would like to talk about campus management in UAD, Ahmad University, during pandemic COVID-19. Okay. As you can see, my outline is first, introduction. Second, UAD mitigations. Third, survey and of online learning. Fourth, president instruction. And conclusion. There are the leaders of Ahmad University, Dr. Muklas MTs, Rector, Dr. Andas Patiman MEG is Vice Rector 1, Rusi Umar STMT PhD, Vice Rector 2, Dr. Nurmasari SHM Home, Vice Rector 3, Uti Bidayati SAMM, Vice Rector 4, and Dr. Gatot Sugiarto SHM Home, Vice Rector 5. Ahmad University in number. New student, there are 6,425. Total student, 27,717. Foreign students, 129. Lecturer, about 700. And the staff, about 400. Introduction. According to Fernandez, COVID-19 and the disease it causes is one of the most unexpected global public health crises in present time. The uncertainty and intensity of this coronavirus pandemic continues to increase. Faced with the uncertainty and increasing intensity of the coronavirus pandemic, colleague leadership across the United States are making strategic decisions to transition into distance learning, or we call it as online learning. The Minister of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia also instructed the same thing to all leaders of universities in Indonesia, which is to organize the learning process and other activities online. All universities rectors in Indonesia, including the rector of UAD, follows the instruction from the minister. There are many regulations of online learning. First, decree of the governor of the special region of Yogyakarta, number 286/KEP/2020 on September 19, 2020, concerning the establishment of the fifth extension of the emergency response status for the COVID-19 in the special region of Yogyakarta. Circular letter of the governor of the special region of Yogyakarta, number 443/6/229 on April 13, 2020, concerning rearrangement of education activities in the COVID-19 disaster response period in the education environment of the special region of Yogyakarta. Third, circular letter of the Muhammadiyah COVID-19 Command Center or MCCC number 1/EDR/COVID-19/2020 concerning the prohibition of face-to-face learning at Muhammadiyah Heritage in the educational sector. Fourth, COVID-19 UAD Directors Regulation number 8 of 2020 regarding UAD activities guideline in the COVID-19 pandemic situation. Fifth, UAD Director Circular number R/16/D/3/2020 concerning academic and office activities as preventive measures against COVID-19. Six, UAD Director Circular number R/26/D/5/2020 regarding the extension of the UAD online study period. Seven, UAD Vice Rector Circular number R/2/19/D/3/2020 concerning academic activities during the fully restricted period of activities in Ahmad University. UAD also follows the instruction of the central and local governments as mentioned in the previous slides. UAD conducts online and lectures, graduation, new student admission, and other activities. There are two mitigation is conducted by UAD. The first is academic mitigation, and the second financial mitigation. Academic mitigation. Theoretical courses are conducted fully online, whilst practical courses are carried out in a blended learning. The implication of online learning: when UAD deploys infrastructure and increases internet bandwidth from 150 Mbps to 500 Mbps. Second, UAD uses LMS or Learning Management System support for e-learning and also trains the lecturer on the use of LMS itself. Even there are some of them who have used e-learning before the COVID-19 pandemic occurs. It causes the decrease of academic quality because it must be adaptive to online learning. Financial mitigation. First, financial government is the most difficult thing when academic occurs way because UAD is a private university which doesn't receive much financial assistance from the government. Second, there is financial assistance in the form of grant, but it isn't significant. The budget from the community in the form of tuition is also hampered. It happens because of a lot of student parents got financial problem. Some of them are layoffs and their salaries are delayed. There are COVID survivors and so on. Since most of UAD students are from the lower middle class, so that they are very vulnerable when a pandemic occurs. There was also a culture shock. Students thought that the campus didn't need a building anymore because colleagues was online. Then they had a demonstration demanding a refund of tuition fees. The demonstration happened around 5 times, both in person and online. UAD is forced to meet the demand of students by providing subsidies to students of 400,000 per semester per student, which costs 30 billion for 3 semester. The next step is the university leaders made a policy of working from home by the leadership, lecturer, and employees with picket arrangement that should work on campus. UAD conducts a learning training, although a small number of lecturers have done that, but most of the lecturers have not done it. After long-distance lecturers have been running for some time, students make a joint movement asking the university leaders to reduce tuition fees on the grounds the students don't enjoy the various facilities on campus. As a response to student requests, the university leaders cut tuition fees so that the UAD tuition fee component experience a decrease in income. University leaders hold talks with financial institutions, especially banks, to arrange payments that are borne by UAD. UAD arranged work programs during the pandemic. All development programs were postponed, such as developing laboratory and infrastructure and sending lecturers abroad. UAD then considered rationalizing and directing some funds for academic mitigation, compensation to students, salaries and allowance for lecturers and employees. Those things are to keep the academic activities running well. UAD provides reinforcement to student parents. Even the dean and head of study program invite parents of students to give explanation about the campus situation and hope for their understanding and support. The rector also meet with students to support campus effort. I too Sorry. I2 APA kindergarten schools in DIY, which is around 500 million per year, is stopping. UED is assisting the government by encouraging lecturers to conduct pandemic research, resulting in a COVID gun and an automatic portal. This proves that UED not only takes care of itself, but also helps others. Now, the condition of ODA is relatively safe. The evidence is shown by the provision of THR, Idul Fitri allowance to lecturers and employees. Compared to other Muhammadiyah universities, ODA is actually in a collapse because there is no savings. A lot of fund is used to build new campus building. UAD can overcome this pandemic with a lot of support from lecturers, employees, and students. Based on the joint decree of the Minister of Education and Culture, the Minister of Health, and the Minister of Home Affairs, starting on July 2021, will be permitting face-to-face lecturer, but the lecture in one day would be still conducted online. There are OAD web. You can visit the web to get more information of OAD. For example, uad.ac.id, portal.uad.ac.id, pmb.uad.ac.id, pmbonline.uad.ac.id, and simonkori.com, lppm.uad.ac.id, perpustakaan.uad and ic.id, and digilib.uad.ic.id. There is survey of online learning by Department of Culture and Education. There are two response. The first, the negative response. Online learning, in fact, doesn't increase student learning, doesn't increase student interest in learning, doesn't increase focus on student learning, doesn't improve student learning achievement, doesn't improve student ability to discuss and interact, doesn't improve student ability to discuss and interact. Students don't want to continue learning online if the pandemic is over. Adding to the burden of students because of many tasks from their lecturer, there are positive response. In fact, online learning improves students' ability to manage study time, improves students' ability to understand the material, improves students' ability to collaborate, increase students' self-confidence in conveying opinions, improve student ability to adapt to different learning situation, and increase students' insight about the availability of digital resources on the internet. Improve the ability to use digital application and various devices. Improve students' ability to create content online and make it easier for students to do assignments. We hope next time the university is a center to fight COVID-19. There is resident interaction on July 2021, face-to-face learning. The face-to-face learning, which will begin in July, must be carried out with extra care. The face-to-face learning quota can only be a maximum of 25% of the total students. The duration of face-to-face learning should not be more than 2 days a week. The option of bringing children to school is still determined by the parent. All teachers must be vaccinated before starting face-to-face learning. There is a quote from Fernandez. There is an opportunity here for those academic leaders who are goal-oriented, risk-taker, and strategic long-term thinkers to create a spiral of success and gain a competitive advantage by rejuvenating veteran faculty and their redesigned education. It is time for academic leaders courage enough to disrupt long-standing patterns of behavior, to challenge opinions and organizational norms, and disrupt the status quo. These leaders can successfully navigate the transition to remote learning with flexibility, understanding, and compassion. Looking forward, when the current crisis is over, and it will end, since the present disruption is only temporary, academic leaders will be presented with a dilemma as they review. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
Enough,
Dr.
yes, this is
Widodo.
all, I think.
Oh, there you go. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Dr. Widodo.
Yeah.
Sir, you were saying something? Yes, sir.
Yeah. No. Enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, Joe, what did you notice about the discussion of Dr. Widodo?
Okay.
For me, Ma'am Kim, it's very well prepared. I am so happy to know that you have a lot of interventions, particularly in the technology. So I'm so happy looking at the slides, say, looking at the 500 Mbps. That is very helpful to our students.
Okay. Yeah, I was actually looking at some of the similarities that UAD has with our university in terms of the action brought about by the pandemic. For example, Dr. Widodo, I took note of the fact that you mentioned that UAD is a private university. It's a private institution, and therefore you do not get support from the government. And the University of Nueva Caceres is also a private institution, and we do not also get financial support from the government. Okay, and then you also have the mechanism on the work from home for those employees who cannot work in the office itself or in the university physically. Then your university has the mechanism on the work from home. And we also have that, right, Joe?
Yeah.
As an evidence, Dr. Widodo, we are here at home while
Yes.
conversing with you. Okay, and then you also have training. You trained because of the pandemic. There were lots of trainings that went on in your university, And sir, we also have that in the University of Nueva Caceres, both for teaching and non-teaching. Okay, and then you also mentioned, sir, about vaccination. Sir, may I inquire the percentage of the employees in UAD have been vaccinated, sir? Okay, in UNC, sir, we also intend, there is also the intention to have the employees vaccinated for safety measures, sir. What about in UAD, sir? Have the employees been vaccinated already?
Ano flavor yan?
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, please repeat again your question.
Okay, I was asking about vaccination, vaccine.
Yes.
Has there been vaccination already in UAD?
Yeah. Yeah, already. A lot of lecturer and staff vaccinated, have vaccinated.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
And then you also mentioned about courage, and we really need courage at this time of pandemic, and we also have ways of encouraging both employees and students to be courageous enough to face whatever will come in the pandemic. And so far, we're able to manage, sir. And in fact, this afternoon, sir, we will have a roundtable discussion on the coping mechanism of a number of professors and students in our university. And we will also be very glad to hear from our friends from UAD.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for the very informative discussion that you have given us today. And Joe, I think it's safe to say, unless Angela is there to discuss campus leadership in UNC, is Angela in the room already?
She is already in the link, Ma'am Kim.
So is she able to continue with her presentation? Angela? Hi, Angela.
Hello, ma'am. Hello po.
Okay, so, wow. Are you now ready?
I'm ready to give the talk, but my presentation is not ready because
That's okay.
I switched to my phone.
So whichever
But
is
I think,
comfortable
yes,
with you.
I hope this is amenable for our guests from UAD. Yes.
Okay.
If I won't be sharing my screen, but I will continue with the presentation.
So that's fair enough, Angela. So let's hear from you. Thank you.
Okay. Again, good morning, everyone. I apologize for the many interruptions on my end. Again, I will be talking about the best practices in campus leadership. In this talk, it will be on the case of student leadership in the campus. So earlier, I shared my screen, and there I distinguished 5 important practices in student leadership or campus leadership. Let's talk about first participation. Why is it very important that for student leaders to engage, and for the students to engage in the different activities or different partakings of their university? Student participation is very important, especially at a time when we are switching to the new normal of education. As we all know, we are at a virtual setting. We only interact via Zoom, via Google Meet, or any other online platform that we use in the universities. And this is a big challenge for campus leaders, for student leaders, to be able to improve and to boost student participation. Also, participation is an indicator that the students in a university are not apathetic to whatever is happening in the university. And I think we can all relate to the situation wherein there are a few participation, student participation, and it feels like the students are not interested in our events. And for the organizers, for the student leaders, it is very um, disappointing. However, it is, as I've said, it is a challenge for student leaders to be able to boost, to enhance student participation. I would like to ask anyone from UAD, have you ever experienced, especially in the new normal setting, have you ever experienced organizing an event, but there is few participation from your target student sector? I would like to hear from you guys. Anyone from UAD?
Okay, we'll ask from the students of UAD. Hello. What's your question, Angela?
Have they ever experienced organizing an event or a virtual event for their institution, but there is a few or limited number of of student participants?
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. Anyone? Okay, probably Angela, they will just write in the chat room. Chat box rather, I'm sorry, chat box.
All right, I will be reading your answers later on. So going back, as I've said, it is very disappointing for the part of the organizers. However, it is a challenge for us to boost student participation. And in what way can we boost student participation? This will be incorporated in the second best practice, which is accessibility. Accessibility of student leaders to their student constituents, since the students have this perception that if student leaders are not accessible enough to the student sector, they will be less engaged in any events and any activities, since they don't feel the need to participate in it. So these two, participation and accessibility, they come hand in hand. First, for student leadership to be successful, student leaders must be approachable and must be accessible to everyone, since we are catering to the needs of the students, and we also want the best for the student constituents. So in this, if we are accessible enough to the students, we are able to boost more student participation in any events or in any projects that we do as student leaders. Next best practice that I can that I think is most important is effective communication. This also come hand in hand with participation and accessibility, because as a student leader we have to communicate, and um, we have to give ourselves to this to our student constituents, and this is through effective communication. And effective communication is not always one way. It's not a one way process. It's not always the student leaders who talk. It's not always the student leaders who make the decisions for the student body. It's not always us who lead, because communication is, it always need feedback from the students. It always need it needs response and participation from the students. I think we also have learned this in our communication subjects, if you have any, that as student leaders we serve as the sender, and the student body are the receiver. And we have a message to convey. We have advocacies to push through. And as student leaders, always um, it's not always us who 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 give the students or the student body the advocacy, kasi because we want them also to understand that what we do as student leaders is always for the students. So that is why effective communication is very important. It's very important because we want the student body to understand us, and we also want to understand the student body in order to cater more to their welfare and to their needs. Next is proactiveness. Why do we need to be proactive student leaders? We don't want to be that kind of student leaders who are passive. We don't want to be that kind of leader who would just wait for instructions from campus administrators and such. We want to be the kind of leader that the students can rely on and can create a change in the campus system, in the most importantly in the campus political system, since apathy is one of the issues in campus leadership. So as being proactive leaders would mean that there is hope for student leaders in the campus. And lastly, last important practice in campus leadership is being pro-student. As I've said, we have to be accessible to the students. As a student leaders, we have to be approachable, and they have to feel that as a student, that we are the student leaders who work for the students. So in my leadership journey, and in my stay in the University of Nueva Caceres, I've always it's always my principle to serve the students. In the university student government, we use this hashtag for the students, because we believe that as student leaders we have the responsibility to work for the students, to give them to listen to them, to respond to their needs, and most importantly to lobby their concerns to the campus administrators, because as student leaders we serve as the middle ground. We serve as the bridge between the student body and the um, campus administrators. So that's the 5 best practices in campus leadership: participation, accessibility, effective communication, proactiveness, and being pro students. Now let me share to you how servant leadership changed me. So, Ma'am Kim Bigay earlier already informed you or introduced me as someone who is an active student leader in the university since I was in first year, since I was a freshman. And it is indeed true that I was active in the different organizations, and being a part of the different organizations, it it somehow changed my perspective as a student and as an individual. Being a servant leader or a student leader per se is not just a title that we have to bear. it's not just a title with a position that okay, I'm the interim president, or I'm the secretary, I'm whatever of an organization. It's a responsibility that we have to we have to fulfill. It's a responsibility that we would I mean, it's like a baggage for us to carry, and it's huge for me. For me, servant leadership is a huge plot twist in my career as a student and as a leader. I've met a lot of people, and these people have different views, have different viewpoints that that made me realize that um, the society we live in today are full of diverse people with different principles. And as leaders, as volunteers of the society, as servant leaders, um, we have to be mindful of the principles and viewpoints of other people, and we have to cater to whatever they need.
Angela, are you still in the link? I think she was disconnected. Angela? Oh, she's already disconnected. Ma'am Kim, are you still in the link?
Okay. Oh my God. The journey of our leader in trying to, cascade what she has learned. It's quite difficult. Okay. So Jo, let's announce that it's what? It's 11:54. It's 6 minutes before 12. So we will have a break, but we will advise everyone to stay in the virtual room because during the lunch break, there will be presentations coming from our friends from UAD. Am I right, Jo?
You are definitely right, Ma'am Angie. I was informed that our friends from UAD really prepared for this, and we'll be happy to, while we are taking a health break, our eyes are also happy looking at the presentations from UAD.
So meaning, Jo, we will no longer create a breakout room. Rather, we will all have the attendees both from UNC and from UAD to be in this particular room, listening and looking at the presentations both from the universities. Am I right?
Yes, you are, Ma'am Kim. It's
Okay.
really a good way to, while eating, savoring the flavor of your food, your eyes and your ears are also
Feasting on
yeah.
what we can see and hear from our screens. So, Sir Echo and Dr. Widodo, we will not be anymore creating breakout rooms, but rather we continue with the presentation even during the health break.
Yes, I think.
Would that be okay from our friends from UAD? We will not be leaving the virtual room, rather we stay here and witness the presentations from the UAD. I need the agreement of our friends from UAD. Somebody?
Ma'am Kim, good afternoon. This
Okay,
is
thank you.
Butch. Good afternoon, everyone. I just came from the MOU signing event, and I was speaking with Sir Echo. I think the agreement now and the adjustment that we will do is that by lunch break, we will be featuring the presentations prepared by UAD students. There are 3 presentations to be shown while we are having our lunch break. So UNC participants and UAD participants are requested to stay as our UAD friends present their 45-minute presentation. So it's like it's a feature of the Indonesian culture through the presentations that they have prepared. Now, moving forward, Ma'am Kim, we will be following the program as scheduled in the afternoon. We are just making these adjustments because of the technical issues that we had this morning. So we take this lunch break as our opportunity to present everything that can be presented. So after the presentation of our Indonesian friends, if there are presentations coming from the students of UNC, then we also present them, or perhaps a discussion or any presentation prepared, we will present them right after the presentation of our UAD friends. And then at around 1 o'clock Philippine time, 12 noon Indonesian time, we will again continue with the organized program in the afternoon. Ma'am Kim?
Yeah, thank you. So we will be waiting for the presentation from our UAD friends.
Yes, Ma'am Kim. Our UAD friends will be the one controlling Zoom. They will be sharing their screen and they will be managing the program in the next 45 minutes for their presentation. From our end, after that 45 minutes, then we can get back the control of the Zoom, and then for those presentations prepared by UNC students, then we take the opportunity to present whatever we prepared.
Okay, so we will be here.
So
We'll stay
at
put
this
in the
juncture,
virtual room, and we will be very eager and interested to watch the presentation of our friends. Thank you.
thank you so much, Ma'am Kim. Sir Echo, we are now giving the virtual floor to Universitas Ahmad Dahlan students. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. For our student in Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, please prepare yourself. Maybe you can begin your presentation right now. From Sylvie, maybe you can begin the first presentation. And
Okay.
please go on to other presentation, two other presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Kumustaka, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good
And
afternoon.
we are from Physics Education, Universitas Ahmad Dahlan Indonesia. And today we will present material about Indonesian culture, namely traditional sport, performing art, and Indonesian foods. After all the material has been submitted, there will be a discussion session. Can I share screen now, ma'am?
Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes, very clear.
Okay. Let me introduce myself and my partner. My name is Sylvia Laili, and my partner is Pato Narahayu and Aribachika Fardanti. And today we will presenting about Indonesian traditional sport. The Indonesian nation is a society consisting of various ethnic groups who have different customs and characteristics of this custom. For example, traditional sport. And here we have three relations of traditional sport. The first is traditional physical exercise. Traditional sports are people's original games as national cultural assets that have elements of traditional physical exercise.
traditional sports were originally created from folk games as a pastime because the game is very fun and doesn't cost a lot of money. The game is growing and favored by the local community. And the second is national assets. Why is it called an asset? Because Indonesia is a country rich in cultural tradition and regional art, which are classified as interesting and unique. And the third is traditional art and culture. These traditional art and culture are assets that can unite the nation. So it would be wonderful if culture was not clouded with a religious perspective, so that harmony would always be maintained as well as traditional sport. It is called culture, which is an inseparable part of human being. So that many people tend to think of it as being genetically inherited. And the next is Indonesia is a country that is vast and rich in culture. Here we will discuss 8 types of traditional sport, namely karapan sapi, bakyak, pencak silat, pacu lajur, egrang, bagasing, sepak sawut, and macipet. Okay, the first is karapan sapi. At first, this cow race was a competition for farmers who compete with their dexterity in controlling cows when plowing the field, and then a special race for cattle race began to be held. Karapan sapi is a term used to refer to a cow race that originates from Madura Island, East Java. And then this is a picture of karapan sapi. In this cow race, 2 cows are needed to pull the wooden cart and a jockey. And this is a jockey who will control the running of the cows. The second is bakyak. Bakyak are a traditional game that they originate from West Sumatra. This game uses long wooden footwear and to be used by several people at once. This game requires several people to form a group that will compete with other groups. They must wear bakyak to and walk in signs together from the start line to the finish line. And in playing bakyak, solidarity is needed because if one person not compact is stepping, then everyone on the team will fall down or difficult of moving. And this is picture about bakyak. Next slide, please, my friend Ariba Chika. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Sylvia. I will continue next slide. Okay, slide 6. Please, slide 6. This is the pencak silat. Judging from history, pencak silat is actually a martial arts originating from the Malay family. The martial arts movement itself is not only meant for self-defense, but also contains the beauty of its movement. Pencak silat is a traditional sport native to Indonesia, originally from Minangkabau, West Sumatra, and Cimande, West Java. Pencak silat has been known since Kingdom's era because the sport of pencak silat was originally a movement for self-defense, but at this time pencak silat has been incorporated into sport and are competes in various sporting events. Okay, next slide 7. Pacu jalur. Pacu jalur is a kind traditional rowing boat race originating from Riau, precisely in Kuantan Singi Regency, where jalur means boats. Pacu jalur use a long boat made of tree wood, which is about 25 to 40 meters long with a bow crew of
50 to 60 people. Pacu Jalur is included in the National Tourist Calendar. Every year, the Pacu Jalur Festival is held in conjunction with the celebration of the Independence Day of the Republic of Indonesia. In ancient time, the people of Kuantan Singingi used the jalur as a means of water transportation. The jalur was a kind of long boat driven by rowing. Okay, next slide. Egrang is traditional sport games that come from the Java. This game only requires a long stick made of bamboo, which a person can stand on it, then walk for a certain distance or time. The bamboo used the footing is bamboo, which a length of 2.75 meters and has diameter between 6 to 9 centimeters. Once the stick is given a footrest made of wood with a height of 0.5 meters from the ground. Next, slide 9. Sepak saut or saut football is traditional community sport from Central Kalimantan. The way to play is the same as soccer games. However, the balls use a made from chunks of coconut bells that have been driven and soaked in kerosene. The kerosene will seep into the fibers of the coconut balls and is able to produce a large fire when burned. In the past, football sawut was a series of traditional rituals played when opening shifting fields or while waiting for the cards for the Kaharingan people. Now this game is held in Central Kalimantan Province Anniversary Celebration, District Birthday and Cultural Festival. Then slide 10 will be followed by Fatona.
Okay, thank you, Chika. I want to continue. In this slide, I want to explain about bagasing. Bagasing is a traditional game that comes from Borneo. This game uses a top made of iron wood by playing it with a rope. Usually, this game is played in two modes, namely long fighting and stabbing. So in the long race, the top spinning the longest cannot as the winner, while in step 5, one top is played first, and then the opponent will drop the top until it hits the spinning top, and the one who can survive is the winner. Okay, next slide. Okay, you can see your screen. That is Manyimpet. Manyimpet or Pins is a traditional game that comes from Borneo. In this game, the power of breath is used to play it. The tools used are sipet and namek. Sipet or blowpipe made of ironwood native to Kalimantan forest and has a hole in the middle of the wood. And namek, namely arrows made of bamboo beds, palm sugar sticks or singles with a diameter of 1 centimeter and a length of 15 centimeter. This game can usually be done individually or in teams. At first, insert the crosshead end of the damak into the sipet and then prepare the aiming board. Then blow one side from the base of damak firmly until the damak glides over the target. But in a competition, participants shoot a number of damak at the target either in a squatting or standing position within a certain time. So the winner is determined by the highest total score. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, there are many benefits of Indonesian traditional sport, including preserving Indonesian culture, and then practicing concentration, focus, and accuracy. For example, in the Manipet game, in this game, train the left brain and trying to use concentration, focus, and accuracy in order to shoot target with the right target. And next, developing emotional intelligence in children. For example, in the Bagasing game, in this game, children are trying starting from the process of making gasing, where the side must be balanced so that they can spin. When turning it, the child is required to patiently find the right direction to turn and cross it into the pawn stop and move the top rope with the right movement so that the hit hard and spinning for a long time. and then improve social skills. For example, in the South game, this group game provides opportunities for children to socialize. And the last is train motor skills. For example, in the still race game, when the child jumps on one leg and the child tries to balance his body, the jumps made are good for the child's metabolism. Okay, next slide. Okay, in this slide, I want to explain about the purpose of still preserving Indonesian traditional sports. The next generation will know what traditional sports are in Indonesia. Many values of goodness are reflected in the game. The game not only fosters a sense of happiness, solidarity, or togetherness, but also fosters educational values. This traditional sport that has developed for a long time needs to be preserved because apart from being an entertainment sport and a need for social interaction, this sport also has the potential to improve the physical quality of its player. And then, of course, attracting foreign tourists to visit Indonesia. Okay, so through this activity, we hope that the Indonesian people, especially the younger generation, can get to know and appreciate the culture that exists in Indonesia. And we hope you guys, you can visit to Indonesia and see firsthand what we have to say. Okay, sorry if during our presentation there are something wrong. Thank you for the opportunity. If something is not clear, you can ask to us. Please for the next group to will be continue. Okay, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sylvia, Ariba Chica, and Fatuna. Did I pronounce your names correctly? Thank you very much. You had a very informative discussion of some of the Indonesian culture. And if you look at the chat box, we were discussing some of your presentations, especially the sports, the importance of preserving the traditional sports and the cultural practices of Indonesia. And how I wish we could go there in your beautiful country. And I hope there are some, Joe, if there are some questions, the three ladies are very much willing to answer. Hello, UNCians, do you have any question regarding the discussion, the practices in Indonesia? What I found interesting there is the one, the sort of wood being stepped on by a group. Is it done during a game?
Ma'am Kim, the first time that I saw that is during a team building activity, and I didn't know that it is a traditional sport in Indonesia.
I forgot the name, Joe. I forgot the name. The wood being stepped on by a group, and I think that is a race. Am I right, Sylvia? Am I right?
Yes.
Okay.
What do you mean about karapan sapi is cow race?
No, it's the long, it's like a long wood being stepped on, being tied probably on the feet of the members of a group, and there is a race, if I'm not mistaken.
The bakyak, I think.
Oh yeah, yes. The bakyak is the game people to from a group. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think it's exciting to use that in a team building activity.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you for that information. What about you, Joe? What's your favorite traditional game in Indonesia which were shown to us?
Maybe I'm happy that I was able to like I don't know, the kadang-kadang in our area, the trompo. I forgot the exact word, but most of those things that you have shared with us are actually localized in our area. So all of those things are actually my favorite because I was able to play with them, you know.
You
Especially
mean the top being
the top.
spin.
Yeah. I know how to play that.
What was the name of that, Fatona? What's the name of that? The top being spinned using a rope?
It's made of wood and then there's this nail attached to it where you'll just, you know, spin it with a rope. I forgot. Bagasing. Yeah, the bagasing.
Yes, bagasing. Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, let's ask the three ladies if ever they play any one of them. Sylvia, Ariba Chica, and Fatona. Do you play any one of the traditional sports?
Maybe I am playing bakyak in the Independence Day of Indonesia. Yes, every year
Okay.
playing a bakyak
Yeah.
with my friend.
Okay. So just like them, Jo, we also are conscious as a Filipino nation to preserve our traditional sports because they represent our history, they represent our journey as a Filipino people. So we also, on our part, for the three ladies, we also try to preserve all of our traditional sports. And even now, we encourage them to be played by the young people. Because I heard you about the tradition in Indonesia being preserved and as much as possible being practiced also by the young people. So thank you very much to the three ladies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, Kim.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
So will there be, we are waiting for the next presentation from you.
The next is performing art for my friend. Please.
Is it Wanda? Is it Wanda? Who will be the one to present?
Yes, Divta.
Okay.
Anissa Sipa.
Okay. Okay, we're watching. Thank you.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes,
Yes, we
very
can.
clear.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to say thank you for coming in my presentation. I'm glad to see you all. Let me introduce myself and my partners. I'm Anissa Siva, and my partner is Miss Divta Iftikia Wahyuda and Miss Wanda Fadila. In this presentation, we will discuss about traditional art and performance. And in the section, we will be talking about definition of performing arts function, types of performing arts, example of performing arts. Definition of performing arts. According to Sudarsono, performing arts are a group of arts that has function to entertain and rituals that teach humans to behave socially. According to Suparji Joko Damono, performing art is a branch of art that has three elements, namely the director, players, and the audience. According to Bagus Susetio, performing arts is an expression to convey culture, values, and the embodiment of norms that develop according to the times. Performing arts function. First, religious function as a means of conveying religious messages that are rules of religious tradition like hymns, birth, and death ceremonies. Second, social function as a means of conveying messages that tend to be in accordance with the condition of society at the time. For example, shadow puppet shows, comedy dramas, and theater. Third, education function, in which are educational values such as the value of cooperation, discipline, and learning. For example, a dance performance in area that has educational value. Fourth, aesthetic function as a medium for an artist's expression in showing his work. For example, dance, music, theater, drama, etc. 5. Entertainment function. As mere entertainment, when someone is bored with daily activities and work, then the entertaining performance will eliminate the feeling of saturation. Types of performing arts. First, wayang or shadow puppets. Wayang is a type of performing art that is guided by this dalang, showing puppet characters which are generally taken from the Ramayana or Mahabharata stories. There are also those who take a distinctive personality from the regions such as the pot from Sundanese. The form of the puppets themselves vary. There are wayang golek, wayang kulit, wayang beber, wayang kerucil, wayang gedok, wayang orang, wayang sulu. Setyawati and Darmono in 1983 said that wayang is a form of traditional performance presented by a dalang or puppeteer using a puppet or the like as performance equipment. On the other hand, Sastra Mijojo said the wayang puppets were carved for a certain system. Wayang is one of international heritage. It's pictures of its performance. The first is wayang golek, and then second is wayang kulit, then wayang kayu, and the last of wayang orang. The next slide will be explained by my partner is Miss Difta. Miss Difta, please.
Okay, thank you. So I will continue to explain the next slide. Next slide. Number 2, comedy drama. Comedy drama is a drama that has entertaining and funny character. Comedy drama becomes something that wraps up a comedy drama show in order to produce entertainment that can be accepted by all audience, children, young people, and elders. The example picture of comedy drama. This is Ketoprak and Ludruk from East Java. Next slide. Number 3, dance.
Dance is a type of performing art that is closely related to the culture in a region, especially in Indonesia, which has a lot of local culture and art. The dance is performed or shown like another form of the outpouring of the dancer's expression, feeling, intention, and thought. Some example of dance. Next slide, please. Rayok. Rayok is a performing art that has existed since 19 and 20, which originated from East Java in Ponorogo Regency. In Rayok art, you can see that it is shown in the form of lion head or commonly called a singobarong, decorated with a lot of peacock feathers, so it looks like a giant fan. Rayok himself is known for being heavy. It almost 50 kilograms and worn by the cast using teeth. In the stage, apart from having physical abilities, the actor must do spiritual practice such as meditation and fasting. Rayok is also known for its supernatural performance. Next slide. Number 2, Kecak dance. The Kecak dance is one of the most famous dance in Bali, which, which was created by Wayan Limbak in 1930. This dance consists of dozens of men lining up in circle then shouting the word Cak with a certain rhythm and the arms are raised. The dance tells story Ramayana when the monkey army helped Rama fight Rahwana. Next slide. Number 3, Saman dance. It's a dance that comes from the Gayo tribe and is a dance that is well known for Asian countries. This dance describes education, religion, manners, synchronization, and heroism. This Saman dance does not use musical instrument, but use rhyme for musical accompaniment and tones such as clapping hands, hiding the cats, ties, and so on to synchronize the dancer movement. The next slide will be explained by Wanda. Thank you, Miss Gita. I will continue. Ramayana dance. Ramayana dance is one of the legendary dance where this dance is a combination of drama and dance without dialogue. Ballet Ramayana, this is taken from the story Ramayana and the origin of the art of ballet Ramayana. This is from GPH Jatikusumo to introduce Indonesian tourism to the international world. This dance was first performed in 1961 and usually this dance is performed in Prambanan Temple in the dry season on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Next slide, please. Tari piring or plate dance. Tari piring is a traditional Minangkabau dance that displays attractions using plates. The dancers swing the plates in their hands, following fast, regular movement without a plate leaving their hands. The movements are taken from the step in Minangkabau silat or silat. Next slide, please. And the fourth is music. Music as performing as today is familiar to us. What's more, there are many television media that broadcast music songs. Music itself has various types. It is the same as the type of music that is performed in a series of activities. There are two types of music instrument in Indonesia, traditional and modern instrument. The examples for the traditional music instrument are gamelan, angklung, sasando, tifa, and kolintang. For the modern music instrument, there are campur sari, keroncong, langgam, and dangdut. And this is the picture of this music instrument. Angklung, gamelan, sasando, keroncong, and campur sari. Next slide, please. And number 5 is opera. Opera is a form of drama that is performed directly on the stage. Actually, opera is an old term for a broadcast or drama performance. According to Balthazar van Hagen, opera is an art that depicts the nature of a person or human being with a form of movement which becomes a story that accompanies the depiction of these traits. Next slide, please. Number 6 is theater. Theater itself comes from the English language, namely theater. The word theater is like a place or theater. Theater is also all the things that are displayed on the stage for the audience to see. At this time, the theater is often organized by several communities or art groups that are specifically oriented to the performing arts. That's all our presentation about performing arts in Indonesia. You can visit in Indonesia, specifically Yogyakarta. If you go to Yogyakarta, you can see one or two of these performing arts. The next presentation is about food. Our friends, please we continue the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, very interesting. But before the next presentation, Wanda and Anissa, what I like about one of the cultural practices is the Ramayana dance. I like it. If I'm not mistaken, Ramayana is one of the major Sanskrit epics. Am I right? So Ramayana and the other is the Mahabharata. And I think, Joe, in Indonesia, the Ramayana can be through music and dance. So the one thing that they showed to us is the dance. Am I right, Wanda? You showed us the Ramayana dance, a cultural practice in Indonesia. So thank you. So let's go to your next presentation. Jo, that makes me, all of this make me hungry. Very delicious.
I couldn't agree more, Ma'am Kim.
Okay, I want to continue the presentation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to see you all. Okay, let me introduce myself and my partner. I'm Aziza and my partner is Ririn and Anissa. We are from Physics Education of Ahmad Dahlan University. Okay, my friend, in this presentation, we will discuss about Indonesian traditional food. You can see for yourself, this is Indonesian traditional food that really changes our appetite. I get hungry talking about it. Okay, next slide. What do you think about traditional food? What is traditional food? Traditional food is food and dishes that passed down in a manner hereditary or has been consumed in a manner hereditary, has been developed in specific area, processed from recipe that has been long known by local community with local ingredients, and have taste that relatively corresponding with taste of local community. So, Indonesian traditional food has been around for a long time. Did you know Indonesian traditional food in it also has traditional beverage and traditional snack? The variations are many diverse and of course has many benefits. In Indonesia, there are so many dishes that can satisfy your stomach. Each region has more than one delicious traditional food that is a must try. If you come to Indonesia, you are obliged to do culinary exploration. Okay, next slide. Now we will discuss about the characteristic of Indonesian traditional food. Yes, traditional food that has inherent characteristic. Okay, this is the characteristic of Indonesian traditional food. The first is food recipe obtained from generation to generation of predecessor. The use of certain traditional tools in the process of this disease. Cooking technique that can get a distinctive taste and appearance from a dish. Okay, next slide. Now, we will describe the type of Indonesian traditional snack. Unfortunately, we cannot confine all of them here due to time constraint. Okay, the first is Bika Ambon from Medan. It has a sweet taste. And then in Bali, we have peye susu or mikpi. And then there is bakpia from Yogyakarta. Then in Jakarta, we have kerak telur. Then there is pempek from Palembang, but also sold in Yogyakarta. And then the last is serabi from Bandung. Okay, in this slide, we will confine the type of traditional food. The first is traditional food that has been recognized by the world, namely is gudeg from Yogyakarta. And then in Minangkabau, we have rendang. And there is karedok from West Java. Okay, next slide. Then, traditional food also include traditional beverage. There are many kinds of traditional beverage in Indonesia. The first is sekoteng from Central Java. The drink can be thrown to warm the body. And then there is bajigur from Pasundan. And then there is a beverage to refresh the body, namely is es cendol from West Java. Okay, the next slide will be delivered by Ms. Ririn.
Thank you, Aziza, for giving me the opportunity to continue slide. The first slide, Pika Ambon. Pika Ambon is a traditional Indonesian food originating from Medan, North Sumatra. It was first popular at the intersection of Ambon, Seikira, Medan. Pika Ambon made from flour, egg, sap, sugar, and coconut. Pika Ambon can last for 3 or 4 days. It has a very unique taste, which is legit combined with its chewy texture. Its strong aroma is also very appetizing. The flavors are various, namely pandanus, chocolate, cheese, and other. This is an example picture of Bika Ambon. The next slide, pai susu. Pai susu is a typical food originating from Bali. People outside Bali usually buy it while on vacation there. It is a traditional Indonesian dessert made from pastries. Inside of this pie is filled with egg custard and sweet condensed milk. Has a variety of flavor, namely chocolate, cheese, strawberry, blueberry, and original. This is an example picture of pai susu. The next slide. Bakpia. Bakpia is an Indonesian traditional food from the special region of Yogyakarta. Bakpia can be found in many souvenir centers in Yogyakarta. It is made from sugar and a mixture of other ingredients wrapped in flour dough and then roasted, in which there is a green bean filling. It has various flavors including chocolate, cheese, green bean, purple sweet potatoes, red beans, and even durian flowers. This is an example picture of bakpia. The next slide. Kerak telur. Kerak telur is a traditional food from Jakarta. It is made from white sticky rice, duck or chicken egg, dry ebi, fried shallot, then add other spices that have been mashed. It cooks in quite unique process. When it half cooked, the pan will be reserved and leave it to be exposed to charcoal. Kerak telur are usually found at Jakarta fairs. The next slide. Empek-empek, empek-empek or empek-empek is typical food of Palembang. It is made from fish and sagu and served using cuko sauce. Cuko is made of from mix of brown sugar water, Java tamarind, white onion, and chili. The taste is spicy, sour, and salty, the right composition. There are various types of empek-empek, empek-empek lenjer, kapal selam, adaan, kulit, and so on. This is an example picture of empek-empek. The next slide. Serapi. Serapi is a traditional Bandung food. It is made of from coconut milk and sticky rice. Serapi have lots of toppings such as oncom, coklat, durian, cheese, peanuts, pandanus, and other. This is an example picture of serapi. Okay, next slide. Anissa, please.
Okay, thank you, Miss Ririn. First, I will explain to you about gudeg, which we can define follows. Gudeg is typical Indonesian food that has been recognized by the world. Gudeg comes from Yogyakarta. Gudeg is made from young fruit as the main ingredient, then brewed with palm sugar, coconut milk, and spices. Gudeg gives a sweet taste and has a distinctive taste according to the taste of the people of Yogyakarta in general. Gudeg has several variants: gudeg basah, or in speak English, gudeg wet, gudeg kering, or in speak English, dry gudeg, gudeg mercon, and gudeg ceker, which can see the picture of the gudeg on the side. Next slide.
Okay, that's the Indonesian traditional food. What I noticed is one of the featured food that you have is the bakpia. Bakpia. In the Philippines, it's I think the hopia. I think in the chat box that was also the observation. So I love the bakpia. That's hopia in our culture. Okay, please proceed.
Okay, next slide.
Wait for a minute, guys.
Are you finished?
No.
Okay, so we'll wait.
Ma'am Kim, while waiting for their presentation to be ready, I totally agree with Mr. Echo. Yeah, according to him, same food, different name.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I was mentioning about the bakpia, which is hopia in our culture. And it's quite delicious. What they showed to us is the bakpia with different fillings. Am I right, Difta? It has different fillings. And one of the fillings that I saw is chocolate. Okay, so I think you'll be continuing. Go on.
Okay. Next slide, rendang. Which we can define or follow. Rendang is Indonesian food that originally from Minangkabau area. Rendang is made from meat and coconut milk as the main ingredient with various bases. Rendang is found throughout Padang restaurant in Indonesia. We can see the picture of rendang on the side. Okay, next slide. Karedok. Karedok is a traditional food that comes from the province of West Java. Karedok is made with green vegetables. The ingredients in karedok are cucumber, bean sprout, cambek, long beans, basil, and eggplant. Karedok is served with additional topping sauce on top. The sauce is made from simple bases. Such ingredients include rich chilies, galangal, peanuts, palm sugar, salt, and suripas. Kardok is often found in food stalls on the outskirts of West Java. We can see the picture kardok on the side. Next slide. Next, I will expand about traditional Indonesian beverages that are popular with the people. The first is the skoteng. Skoteng is a traditional drink from the region of Central Java. Skoteng is a beverage made from ginger that can warm your body. Skoteng contains typical spices namely green beans, peanuts, and pieces of fruit. Skoteng has the benefit of reducing disease, reducing nausea after surgery, and lowering cholesterol. Next slide. Bajigur. Bajigur is a typical drink that comes from Pasundan. In terms of taste, bajigur has a sweet and savory taste because it uses sugar and coconut milk. This drink is believed to increase appetite. Next slide. Cendol. Cendol is a traditional drink from the Sundanese region of West Java. This drink is very suitable to be served during the day because this drink can quench thirst. This cold drink made from rice flour that is formed with the filter. The water is the mix with brown sugar and coconut milk. Cendol ice has a distinctive color, namely the green color product from pandan leaves or suji leaf. So, that's all we thought to say about Indonesian food. In conclusion, not only our country is rich in culture, but also cuisines. I only mentioned a few Indonesian foods, but in reality we have thousands of kinds of cuisines. Thank you for attention to our presentation today. Do not forget to visit Indonesia. See you.
Thank you, Anissa. Thank you very much. And I just would like Jo to acknowledge what Sir Echo said, that probably he drank Sendol in Naga City in the Philippines. I don't know. I don't know what Sendol is, but we probably have that, but it has a different name. So thank you, Anissa, Wanda, and Defta for the discussion of food. And we really got hungry because of that, because of your discussion. Okay, so you may continue, please.
Okay, I think for excuse me, I think for the presentation from UAB is only three presentation about traditional art, food, and what we got. And food, and the other one is what we got.
Sports, probably,
Yeah,
sir.
sport. Yeah, sport. Additional sport. Yeah, I think only that three. So the presentation will end from our student is end right now. So maybe we can after this, if it's possible, we must to have a prayer maybe for 10 or 20 minutes, and we can after that we can go into this forum again for Indonesian participant.
Okay, thank you, Sir Echo. Yeah, I think, Joe, before we start for this afternoon, let's have a little minutes to as a break. Would that be okay? Before we start again for the afternoon session. Thank you, Sir Echo, and thank you for the presentation, ladies. I see in the screen Wanda and Aniza. Thank you very much. So we'll have probably a 15-minute break. Okay, thank you.
Echo. Yes, we recognize the request for a break for the prayer of our Muslim friends, so that there would be no lagging time as we have our break. UNC will be presenting some performances prepared by the UNC Band and Glee Club. So as you have your prayer, we will just be playing some performances from UNC. Thank you so much. Nong will be the one to prepare to present Ma'am Kim. Thank you.
In the University of Nueva Caceres, we build a better tomorrow for our students. With our future-ready facilities, progressive teaching methods, a nurturing culture for success, our Learn as You Earn programs make it easier for working students to finish college. We ensure their bright careers. It all starts here, in the heart of Bicol. The University of Nueva Caceres by Ayala's AC Education, nurturing better tomorrows for all.
Hi, Nong. Are all the videos done already?
Yes, ma'am. Come again, please.
Do we still have any other videos that we can play?
I can play the first one, ma'am, for a while.
Nong, may I request to make me as your co-host, please?
Sure, ma'am. No worries.
Ma'am Kim, are you already interviewed?
In the University of Nueva Caceres, we build a better tomorrow for our students. With our future-ready facilities, progressive teaching methods, a nurturing culture for success, our Learn as You Earn programs make it easier for working students to finish college. We ensure their bright careers. It all starts here, in the heart of Bicol. The University of Nueva Caceres by Ayala's AC Education, nurturing better tomorrows for all. In the University of Nueva Caceres, we build a better tomorrow for our students. With our future-ready facilities, progressive teaching methods, a nurturing culture for success, our Learn As You Earn programs make it easier for working students to finish college. We ensure their bright careers. It all starts here, in the heart of Bicol. The University of Nueva Caceres by Ayala's AC Education, nurturing better tomorrows for all.
Iyo po, ang arang pa to, tapos na kami ka to. Isi-print na lang. Kamu na lang dahil nagsi-print.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Miss Mom.
Hi, Sir Echo. We are now ready for the afternoon session. Here with me again are Ma'am Ann, Ma'am Joanne of Career Center, Ma'am Angie of Guidance, and Chris Len, our student, our NC student. Hello, Chris Len.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, sir. Good afternoon po.
Okay. Your...
Sige po. Sige na po.
Okay. Hello, Chris Len.
Hello, ma'am.
Okay. Make it a little bit loud, Chris Len. We cannot hear you that much.
Hello po. Is this okay na po? Am I
Okay.
audible?
So you may proceed now to the very first number of this afternoon session.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much, Ma'am Kim, for that. So once again, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of our UAB-UNC Cultural Exchange and Student Leadership program. For our afternoon session, let us start with the talk on mental health. As the coronavirus pandemic rapidly sweeps across the world, it is actually inducing a considerable degree of fear, worry, and concern in the population at large and among certain groups in particular. Many of us are facing challenges that can be stressful, overwhelming, and could cause emotions in adults, children, even in our professors and students. Public health actions such as social distancing are necessary to reduce the spread of COVID-19, but they can make us feel isolated and lonely and can increase stress and anxiety. Learning to cope with stress in a healthy way will make us feel like we are cared about and that it teaches us to be more resilient. Now, at this point, allow me to welcome our invited speaker to talk about more on mental health. I am now giving the floor to Ma'am Angelica Cadag, the Director of the Guidance Center, University of Nueva Caceres. Good afternoon, Ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chrislen. But before I will start, let us call in first the Vice Dean of Faculty Teacher Training and Education in University Ahmad, Dahlan, Dr. Dudi Hartato. Good afternoon, sir, for your opening remarks first.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Director of Student Affairs, UNC, Mrs. Kim Francia Piquet. The Honorable Director of University Guidance of UNC, Mrs. Kim Francia Piquet. The Honorable President of University Student Government of UNC, Mrs. Angelica Averila. Which we respect all lecturer of UNC. Which we respect all lecturer of physics education. And also which we honor invited guests. And all the happy and beloved audience. First of all, let us praise to Allah, the most merciful God, who gives us healthiness, opportunity, time, and His bless so we can meet in this beautiful forum today. Do not forget to also send prayers on our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, because it is because of him we come from the darkness to the world which full of lightness. Ladies and gentlemen, Universitas of Nueva Caceres and Universitas Ahmad Dahlan already began to collaborate in 2013 in student exchange program. It is followed by international community services, double degree, and other activities until now. Today, we all gathered in this beautiful agenda held by Physics Education Study Program of UAD and UNC official in the activities of UAD and UNC collaboration, a traditional continues. This activity is the implementation of MOU between UAD and UNC. Today, we held 4 activities: cultural exchange, educational technology conference, research festival, and community extensions program began. We hope all the program will be doing well and give benefit both for UAD and UNC. This international event will give our student experience in international forum and interact with other students from UNC. So we will give a student global perspective which reflect our vision in UAD. I think it is the same for UNC students. This event also plays to learn each other about education technology, research, best practice in teaching and community services in both universities. The opportunity to have research together and community services together are open with all other possible activities. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, I want to say thank you very much for UID and UNC official who had already worked very hard so this activity can be happen. I am very happy for this event and hope this will also continue with other study program in our faculty. Faculty in other activities such as joint degree, short course, joint research, joint seminar, joint publication, international community services, and the others activity. I pray for the success of all the event. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dudi. That was a very nice inspirational message from the UAD. Okay, so I think this is my turn now to give you inputs about a very important topic, especially that we are all experiencing this global pandemic. So, as much as we are also focusing on the academic enhancement of our student, we should not forget the very important aspect of the well-being of our student, which is our mental health. So, allow me first to share my screen. Is my presentation visible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I entitled my presentation as Nurturing Mental Health and Resilient Educational Delivery, especially of University of Nueva Caceres. Especially, we use resilient education delivery because, as everybody knows, UNC is adhering to its color red. Okay, now let me begin with a brief background of why UNC is into nurturing the wellness of our student. So as you can see here in my presentation, UNC has very important goal for our student. That is to make them future ready, career ready, and life ready. And that is the promise based from our motto, not of school but of life, or nun skule sed vitae. That's why the university is ensuring that everybody or everyone makes it. So with this, part of our focus is also to empower the well-being of our student. That's why it's very, very important for us to make sure that the mental well-being of our student are also being looked after. Okay, let me continue. So the goal of our program on non-academic or extracurricular and co-curricular activities involves the holistic development of our learner. And we call that engagement as to make a purposeful student life for our student. We want a balanced development of our student because we want them to flourish. Okay, when we talk about flourish, it is our ability of a person to grow as a human being through good times and through life struggle, just like what we are experiencing now. So we are only offering not only achievement in learning and cognitive skill, but we are also doing our best to maintain their well-being, the character strength, and the socio-emotional skills of our student. We want them to have this adaptability, resilience, leadership, and etc. So that is the very reason why we really have to look after this wellness of our student. So let's proceed to the important information or nomenclature in our discussion. First, we have the mental health. Okay, so taken from the World Health Organization's definition, mental health is a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively, and is able to make a contribution to his or her community. So, health is a state of complete physical, mental, social well being, and not merely the absence of infirmity. So, those are the important things that we should consider when we talk about mental health. Okay, when we talk about well being, it is the experience of health, happiness, and prosperity. It also includes having a good mental health, life satisfaction, and a sense of meaning or purpose. So we are clear about that. So therefore, we should always consider that this indicator of mental health. So let's check ourselves. Are we productive? Are we into productive activities? Are we maintaining a fulfilling relationship? And do we have the ability to conquer adversities? So if all our answers are yes, great, that is great. That means we are doing well with our mental health. Okay, let us also do not forget that there are two important factors affecting our mental health. One of that is biological factors, our genes. We cannot do away with what we have in what we got from the hereditary factors, that what we got from our parents and for parents or for fathers. We also have to look into the life experiences. We might not have control over our biological or hereditary factors, but we can do something about our life's experiences. Okay? So to further have an input about this mental health, let me show you my chosen video that would give us more information about this concern. Can everybody hear it?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
We all have mental health. It is just as important as physical health. It is not only about mental illness or mental disorders. This is just one part of a bigger picture. It's best to think about mental health as being on a continuum, rather than people being either mentally ill or mentally well. We are all on the continuum, and we move up and down according to factors such as our genetic makeup and upbringing, our life circumstances, and the stresses we are under. At one end of the continuum, we have mental disorders, like depression or anxiety. And at the other end, we have states of positive mental health, when we're thriving, content, and fulfilled. The aim of mental health interventions is to move people up the continuum so that they're able to reach their full potential and live satisfying lives. The World Health Organization describes mental health as a state of well-being in which every individual realizes his or her own potential, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make a contribution to his or her community. Being mentally healthy means being resilient and able to cope with difficult times, feeling in control, being confident, feeling good about yourself, managing and expressing your emotions, building and maintaining good relationships. We all experience periods when we feel stressed, worried, anxious, sad, afraid, or angry. These are all normal emotions. However, when these emotions become severe enough that it interferes with a person's ability to function daily, and these feelings become persistent over time, then it can develop into a mental health problem. There are many different types of mental disorders. When left untreated, mental disorders can be chronic and long-lasting, and are associated with increased disability. They significantly have an impact on daily functioning and frequently interfere with family, social, and work responsibilities. Fortunately, there are effective treatments and evidence-based interventions available that aim to help individuals understand and cope with symptoms of mental illness. However, very few people with mental disorders access existing treatment services. This may be due to barriers such as the stigma attached to seeking help, the lack of understanding of mental health problems, uncertainty of how to get help, or the fear of disclosing mental health problems. Research shows that stigma remains one of the biggest factors preventing people from seeking help early for their mental health problems and getting the appropriate support they need. It is important to acknowledge that we all have mental health and have a personal responsibility to learn how we can improve and maintain our well-being in order to lead meaningful and satisfying lives. Want to learn how you can do this? Great news! Why not join one of our communities and keep exploring Maudsley Learning online?
There you go, guys. Mental health is equally as important as our physical health, especially now that we are experiencing this pandemic. Now, let's have an online interactive activities. So I hope everyone could be able to go to menti.com and use the passcode that I am flashing now so that we could be able to have a check on our mental health. What continuum of mental health are we in? Are we distressed, stressed, thriving, satisfied, or more probably fulfilled? So let's check your mental health continuum this afternoon. So may I request everyone, if you could have the ability to go to the menti.com and accomplish the activity there, or if none, you may use the chat box for me to be able to see some of your responses. Let me stop for a while so that I could see your answers in menti.com. So I will share again the responses here. And let me present. Oh, can you see your answers? It's still Many are still stressed. The highest still is stressed. But I am also very happy that many are starting to thrive. Many are becoming contented and fulfilled. Okay, yeah. The number is increasing on the positive continuum of our mental health. It's so great to see your answers. Okay, it's more onto mentally well rather than mentally ill. Okay, thank you so much, guys. I know there are also answers on the chat box. Later, I will be checking on them as well. I will be happy to hear from you also. So I think our responses here are doing great. So very nice. So majority, I'm so happy that we are on the more positive continuum of our mental health. Thank you so much, guys, everyone, especially our friends from UAD. Thank you so much for participating. So, yan. Nakakatuwa naman. Okay, so let me go back to the presentation that I had. Okay. Okay. Is my presentation still visible for everyone? Thank you.
Yes,
it is.
yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Yeah, so thank you so much. So as we seen in the last part of the video, one important factors that affect our awareness of mental health is stigma. Okay, stigma is when someone sees you in a negative way because of your mental illness. We also have discrimination. This happens when someone treats you in a negative way because of your mental illness or mental health issues. Social stigma and discrimination can make mental health problem worse and stop a person from getting the help they need. So I hope everyone here in this room does not practice either stigma or discrimination on mental health. This is the very purpose why we constantly conduct mental health awareness, because if we are aware, if we are knowledgeable, we will be having a better approach on how to deal with this topic. Okay. Let us also take note that there are some threats to our mental health. So watch out for these things. So it might just start with stress. And if you were not able to handle them, it will become distress. It will become later crisis if still unattended. And finally, if this will not be handled well, mental illness may take place. So I hope we could not be able to reach this. Every one of us might be experiencing some stress, but if we are able to manage this well, it will not lead us to these other stages of mental health issues. Okay, so what is stress? I think everybody is familiar with the term. So let us clarify that it is a state of mental or emotional strain or tension resulting from adverse or very demanding circumstances. Just like now, if you are in this webinar and you are the host or probably the facilitator, somehow you might be experiencing stress, but that is a natural feeling or circumstance that we are usually experiencing in a day-to-day basis. Okay? Stress is something that everyone experiences at some point in life, especially now. Second, it is also a natural response to changes in life, managing different responsibilities. It can even become a positive motivator to overcome challenges. But If not managed properly, this may lead to distress and crisis. Okay, that's the other thing about it. But stress may not always be negative. The result of it, the impact of it may not always be negative. It will always depend on us, on how we handle it. Okay? So everybody is experiencing some challenges, especially now that we are placed in this pandemic and we were not made prepared for this. It just happened. Boom, we are already having this a lot of readjustment and transitions. It will be enhanced more by the following experiences, like if we have financial difficulties, if we have these family issues, if we have these academic challenges, and even relational issues. So this may lead us to more stresses, okay? Our body is made to fight against the stresses. That's why we have this first, we have this alarms reaction stage. That's why we have this feeling of tension and emotional strain that we have. Many of us have our own unique way of showing that we are tense or we are emotionally heightened. So those are in the alarm reaction stage. Then we have this resistance stage. We have this ability to cope. Okay, we especially if we know how to handle ourselves, because we know ourselves, we know our triggers, we know how to prevent them, and we know how to fight it. Because we don't want to lead in this exhaustion stage. We don't want exhaustion to happen in us because this may lead us to a more complicated or complex issues. Okay, so why do we have to work on our stress or manage our stress? Let us again try watching this video or the effects of stress.
We all get stressed, whether it be from work, school, or relationships. But with 80% of adults in the US reporting daily stress, what's this chronic stress doing to all of us? What happens when you're stressed every day? Within seconds of any stressor, your body goes into fight or flight mode. First, your eyes and ears send information to your amygdala, the emotional processing center of the brain. Then from your amygdala, the information moves to your hypothalamus, which communicates with your autonomic nervous system and adrenal glands. These glands then release a burst of the neurotransmitter adrenaline. This causes the classic feeling of stress: increased heart rate, increased blood pressure, and faster breathing. The adrenaline also triggers the release of the stress hormone cortisol. We always hear about the danger of cortisol, but it's actually released to protect your brain from the nerve damage associated with trauma. Within 10 minutes of being stressed, behavioral changes likely take place, including increased aggressive behavior. Around 30 minutes, you may become forgetful, as stress can decrease long-term memory and impair concentration. And after days of consistent stress, your sex drive will likely decrease. Why? From an evolutionary perspective, getting out there and mating would increase the odds of predation. So one theory is we may have evolved to decrease our sex drive when stressed to avoid potential threats. But after months of being stressed, your cognitive function will really start to decline. Longitudinal studies of employees in stressful work environments show increased incidences of depression and poor circulatory health. A study on rats showed that 6 months after being chronically stressed, the rats had increased levels of anxiety and decreased abilities to navigate a maze. This was due to changes in their hippocampus, all linked to increased levels of cortisol. This highlights that although we know cortisol is meant to protect your brain from trauma, long-term exposure to it can be detrimental. With all this in mind, it's no surprise that chronic stress has been linked to many diseases such as obesity, depression, and heart disease. And suppression of the immune system with increased susceptibility to colds, sleep issues, GI issues, fertility issues, memory problems, and even cancer. So trying to minimize your stress might be a good idea. But what can you even do to lower your stress levels? Our latest podcast goes into some tactics that you can do to reduce your stress right now based on studies and some of our own personal experiences. You can click on the screen or use the link in the description to check that out. And subscribe for more weekly science videos every Thursday. We all get stressed, whether it be from work, school,
Okay, there you go, guys and gals. See, it's very important to look after those signs, and we should always check ourselves. Are we stressed? So maybe we really need to have the stress management strategies so that we could be able to handle the negative impact to ourselves and to our mental health when we are always under stress. So when we talk about stress management, it refers to the wide spectrum of techniques and psychotherapies aimed at controlling a person's level of stress, especially in chronic stress, usually for the purpose of improving everyday functioning. Okay, so here are some few tips that I got from the different sources regarding how to be able to manage our stress. First is preventing the stress from happening by avoiding and altering, avoiding the environmental triggers, limit setting, prioritizing, when we could also alter our way of expressing feel by way of expressing our feeling appropriately, by managing our time, by compromising. So these things could prevent us from experiencing a lot of stress. If we could not prevent the stress, change those situations. We could also cope our stress by accepting and adapting some concerns, like changing our reaction, like learning to forgive. Okay, those are baggages. Learn control, never control the uncontrollable. There are things that we could not stop, just like this pandemic. Okay, look for the upside. Look for the good things in every situation. We can adapt by focusing on the positive side of it. Okay, let us also adjust our standard. It might be too high for us to attain. So adjust it. And we could reframe our problems. We could see it in different perspective. Okay, so next is to reduce the stress. Okay, we could always reduce the stress by adapting a healthy lifestyle. Oh, we can do this. Everybody can do this. So healthy eating, proper sleep, okay, doing some exercises, movement exercises, okay, being with your friends, talking to professionals or to mental health providers, and of course, our favorite, being looking into our spirituality. We might have different way of doing it, but I know everyone is looking after this aspect of our individualities. So, yan. Let us, though we are trying to avoid this, some of us might be experiencing distress. This is the unpleasant feeling or emotions that impact your level of functioning. So it is a psychological discomfort that sometimes it interferes with your activities or daily living. Okay, say for instance, you could not concentrate, you could not focus anymore, you can't sleep. Okay, these are some signs that we are under stress. Okay, uh, there might be individuals that are into mental health crisis. So this is one aspect that we don't want ourselves to be part or to be in. So this is because it is already an extreme level of distress that becomes debilitating for the individual and places the individual at risk of self-harm, mental illness, or at-risk behavior. So these are already the time that an individual might be having this suicidal ideation or other things, which is not favorable for themselves, for ourselves, and for the others. So this requires intervention, support from the family, community, and professionals, okay, to reduce the risk. And another level of mental health issue is mental illness, and we don't want this uh, to be experienced, I wish. This is an extreme exhibit of symptoms that prevent individual from meeting expectation of his or her role in community and often require formal intervention from professionals. This can be brought on by the trauma, such as physical, sexual, or emotional abuse, genetic predisposition, or combination of those factors. So this requires a professional help, okay, not just by our family intervention or friends, but this needs professional intervention. That's why we really have to look after our well-being, because we don't want ourselves to go onto those continuum of mental health issue. So again, I will be presenting to you another short video that I hope would help you to find or to gather or to acquire new coping strategies for us to be able to nurture our well-being, because this is our primary obligation to ourselves, to keep ourselves mentally healthy. Okay, so I hope this will again be good.
This is the A to Z of ideas and ways to help you cope. A is for activity. Be active, move, do more of the things you enjoy. B, breathe. Take deep breaths in and long, slow breaths out. Count to 10, then start again. C is for create. Find creative ways to express yourself. What other ways are there to be creative? D, distract yourself. If you are in crisis and need to stay safe, try to distract yourself by keeping busy. For example, watch TV, play a game, or read a book. When you feel calmer, you'll be more able to tackle the distressing thoughts and feelings. E is for exercise. Get moving. Run around or do some sport, go to the park or playground and have some fun. F, friends and family. Friends and family are important. Spend time with the people that make you feel happy. G is for goal setting. Break tasks down into small steps. Focus on one at a time. H is for helpline. Call Childline. If you feel you can't speak to a parent or teacher, they will listen and offer you help. I is for ice. Cool down, have an ice cream or a cold shower to lower your temperature to help keep your body and mind calm. J, joke. Find something to make you laugh. K, keep a scrapbook of the places you have been and things you have done. It will remind you of happy times and of your achievements, things to be proud of and feel good about. L, list 3 things you can hear, 3 things you can see, 3 things you can touch. This will help you to focus your mind on the present moment, the here and now. M is for music. Listen to your favourite music. N is for nurture. Look after yourself by making sure you eat and drink. O, organise. Do one thing at a time. Tick things off a list so you can see how much you are getting done. P is for pets. Spend time looking after and playing with an animal. They are great for cuddles. Q, quiet time. Keep things calm and peaceful around you. R, relax. It's important and okay to take a break. How do you like to chill out? S is for support networks. Who's around you that you can lean on for support? Friends, family, teachers, youth clubs, helplines? T, try something new. Try an activity or hobby you haven't done before. You might find something you enjoy and are good at. U, use your talent and strengths. Focus on what you do well and do more of it. This will build your confidence. V is for visualize. Picture your calm or happy place. Maybe you could draw it and put it somewhere to help you focus on other thoughts and images. W, write it down. Keep a diary or blog. Get it out of your mind and onto paper. X is for Xbox. It's okay to have downtime and have fun. Y, you can do it. Positive self-talk can help you believe in yourself. Well done, keep going. Z, sleep on it. Sometimes things feel better when we have a good night's sleep. If you want to find out more, get in touch with Hampshire CAMS and visit hampshirecams.nh.
Okay, there you go, guys. I hope you're able to pick at least 1, 2, 3, or 5, or all of them, that in order for you to be able to look after yourself. Self-care is the key. Okay, so we'll go back again to the same Mentimeter and using the same code. So that we could be able to have another interactive activities. So let me go back to the second slide. I hope you could be able to view it. Okay, I can see several answers and I hope you could also see them. I only have one here. Watch movie, just like me. Netflix is life. How about the rest? Kindly join me. Ayan, there are a few more. Okay, I hope everybody could see the code so that you could be able to join. What coping strategies works for you? So you may also use the chat box if you could not have the access to the Mentimeter. Wow, our word clouds are beginning to form. That is very nice answer. Why are there numbers there? Okay, playing with pets. Sleep is still at the middle. Okay, same here. Watch movie, family time, playing Mobile Legend. Watch movie series, listening to music, talking with friends, playing with pets. Okay. Pray. That's very nice. Music, coffee. I like it. So biking, I see that. Yes, that is a physical engagement. And I could also see, though I could not read it, there are people who place their answer at the chat box. So yeah, thank you so much, guys. Watch K-drama. I hope everybody could relate. Adventure, gardening, the plantitos and plantitas in the Philippines. Yeah. So thank you so much, guys. So glad that you are so very participative in this. And I hope, I like this word, kayauyan. What does this word means? I hope our friends from UAB could explain this to us. What kayauyan means. Anyone from you can unmute yourself and tell us what it means. Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Yeah. Okay, that is so nice of you. Keep on coming with your answers. I'm trying to go back on my presentation now. Thank you so much, everyone, for being very participative with me this afternoon. So later, I will also check the answers at the chat box. A young K-drama, music, sing, dance, listen to good music. Uncovering new hobbies. Thank you, Mom Daisy. Music and prayer. Yeah, jogging and trying to be healthy. Okay, being happy with family. Sir Echo, badminton and traveling. Oh, that's very exciting. Okay, thank you so much for being very, very participative. Okay, so let me continue with the discussion. Okay, let me now go to our practices in UNC or University of Nueva Caceres, especially with our unit, the UNC Guidance Center. How does UNC Guidance Center takes care of our students' well-being? You know, guys, for this new normal, our theme, and I am very happy about it because we are true to this theme. We have this blended hugs, okay? Blended, of course, everybody, I assume that everybody is aware of it, that we are using online or on-site services. Hugs for us means humane guidance support. So send us your blended hugs, guys. So because we do send online and on-site humane guidance support to our students. That's why I'm so proud and very happy with my team because indeed they are true to their profession. In whatever circumstance, they will be there to support and help our UNCian. So let me proudly present to you what is created by my team, the summary of the things that we've been doing since the pandemic started. And I hope our friends from UAB could also have an idea and could adopt some of the activities that we have conducted, which might also be applicable to your school. So there you go, guys. Let me introduce to you
UNC College
our
Guidance and Testing
services.
Center, Mental Health Activities. Welcome to University of Nueva Caceres College Guidance Center. The University Guidance Center provides services that facilitate the growth and development of the students so that they will become more effective, more functional, and productive members of the society. We take empathy in listening to you, and we are all ears to all your concerns. Our office is not just a place for problems and miseries, but most importantly, your happy thoughts. Here are some mental health activities that we've been doing. Uncover 2020, Connected Hearts, a virtual orientation booth camp. Hashtag FOMO, Flourishing on My Own, a socio-emotional wellness activity. With our guidance counselors, Ma'am Jo, Mama Lu, Ma'am Jonna, and PFO Ates and Kuyas.
Okay, let's smile. 1, 2, 3.
Tech Talk, a virtual mental health awareness activity. Hashtag Choose Happiness, Student Life Fair.
There you go.
Connect, #spread happy.
And that is also one way for you to be happy today and to be happy tomorrow and every day.
MYMP, Mind Your Mind Project for College of Arts and Sciences, Criminal Justice Education, and College of Nursing. MYMP, Mind Your Mind Project for College of Education and College of Business and Accountancy.
1, 2, 3, print screen.
Wellness Break, Care, Share, and Inspire. Netflix, Responsible, Flexible, Accountable.
Just close your eyes and focus on your breathing. Make sure that this is a long breath.
Brain Break, a virtual mental health awareness and career enhancement. Think Win-Win, Steps Career Guidance Activity.
Growth mindset. Sabi dito, intelligence can be developed.
So especially now that we are in this pandemic, so it is very important to take care of ourselves. Yung self-care natin is very important so that we can also take care of others.
Hope Red, Continuing Online Parents Engagement.
APLIDAB, Continuing Online Parents Engagement, with the theme, The Role of Parents in Resilient Education Delivery.
Kids so much. That's why you're allotting this time for them. I think that's the best language of love. Diba? You can give to your kids, no? Attending meetings like this or activities of the university.
Facilitators Organization Activities. Call for donation. Peer Kamustahan. Happy Peers Day and Basic Peer Facilitating Workshop Seminar, Phase 1. Thank you. Email us at collegeguidance@unc.edu.ph. UNC College Guidance and Testing Center, Mental Health Activities.
There you go, guys. Okay. That's why I'm so proud of my team for being very hardworking. Okay. Actually, some of them are in the room, so I would like always to express my gratitude to my team. Started with Miss Joanne, our psychometrician, our counselor for engineering, Ma'am Mel, our counselor for CCS, Sir Paul, our counselors for College of Business and Accountancy, Mama Lu, and of course, our very creative diva counselor. The one who created this video is no other than Ma'am Jonalyn. So thank you so much. I hope you are able to appreciate the things that we are doing. That is all for everyone of the UNCian to be mentally healthy, to take care of their well-being, because we know that the very root or the very important thing about mental health is self-care. Okay, all these caring activities that we've been doing will not happen without the support of our UNC administrators, our teachers, our student leaders, and our peer facilitators. So we didn't only take good care of them, we also take good care of the important support group of our students, which include their parents. So that's why we are so happy, and I hope our UNCian students are really on the positive continuum of their mental health, probably because they know that we are there to help them. So I would just like you to have these important words, to keep this in your mind, to always practice self-care. Care may stands for competence enhancement. Always make yourself knowledgeable, acquire knowledge, acquire learnings. It's very important to relearn and unlearn, uh, reskills and upskills. So competence enhancement. Of course, number one is awareness of oneself. You should know both your strength and weaknesses. And always do not forget to have this relationship building. We cannot live alone. We should have somebody there whom we could trust. Okay? And of course, emotional regulation. We know how to handle those different emotions. Negative and positive emotions are normal. Okay? What is important is how we be able to regulate those negative one and be able to use the positive emotions to better or uplift ourselves. Okay? So let us always remember that this word, when I, is replaced by we, even illness become wellness. So guys, that is very, very important on our wellness. So with this, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know how to say it in Indonesian. The good afternoon, and thank you so much for being with me this afternoon. This is again Ma'am Angie saying thank you so much. Salamat. Diyos mabalos.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Angie, for that very informative, insightful, entertaining, and very interactive talk on mental health. Indeed, it is very important that in this time of new normal, we have to give emphasis and high consideration on everyone's mental health. The professor's mental health, of course, and even the students, because we all have our own baggages and we carry different burdens. But yeah, let's just remember that we need to rest and practice care, as said by our very loving ma'am Angie Kadag. All right, so maybe for some of my few takeaways, I would just like to ask our participants, right? How are you feeling right now? How are you right now? Do you feel exhausted? Do you feel happy? Do you feel sleepy? You can comment them down in the chat box. How are you feeling right now? Yeah. So that we can, check up on each other. So feel free to chat them. Anyone? As for me, I feel a bit exhausted, but it's fun because we are here together talking more about our cultures, our different experiences in our university. Okay, so we also have where they feel happy but exhausted. Okay, thank you very much for your responses. Sometimes as we experience a lot of things, but everything's a matter of perspective. Let's just look on the brighter side of things. But this is not about, imposing that you should always feel happy. It's okay to feel stressed. It's okay to feel sad. And that emotion is valid. So, all right, happy and content. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, so in line with our focus on mental health, we now proceed to the next part of our program, which is a roundtable discussion about the coping mechanisms of various professors and students in COVID-19, especially in this time of new normal. So we will be talking about sharing of best practices rather in coping with the pandemic. So to moderate this session, I may now call in Ma'am Joanne Dangkalan.
Thank you so much, Chrislen, and thank you for asking us. Definitely, what makes you happy today? And this might be an ordinary question, but seems extraordinary with the situation that we're having right now. Most of us paused, most of us need to rethink. Some rechanneled our energy, some are in the process of finding what it is in them to continue and be happy. The pandemic hits us hard. Some people lost their jobs, others lost their interest. Some of our classmates were no longer able to continue their studies. And the worst is that people lost their lives. Despite the uncertainty, fear, difficulties, and isolation, we are still very, very fortunate that we are going on with our lives. And one of the evidences is us attending this session, sharing the best practices that we have from UAD and UNC. We continue to strive to the best version of ourselves. And this is due to our ability to cope. And it reminds me of one of the most popular quotation according to Charles Darwin. It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. And that is about us coping with the different challenges. And of course, the most, I would say, effective way of sharing the best practices is through the experiences of our students and our faculty. So we were going to be calling. Yes, go ahead, Ma'am Kim.
Let's have a little warm up, right?
Yeah.
So, may I throw to you the question, how are you coping at present? What's your coping mechanism?
I got into different hobbies actually, Ma'am Kim. So before I'm not into plants, but right now I'm into collecting different kinds of plants. I have a lot of pets and all these things. So yeah, how about you, Ma'am Kim?
Talking is one of my solutions to sometimes the stress and the pressure that are felt. Like I have friends like you're my friend. I talk with Daisy, Ma'am Daisy. I talk with Gretchen. I talk with Kimpoy. I talk with Julius, and all of this. These are my friends, and they make me laugh. They make me cry, but they're always very fun to talk with, and it eases up the stress. How about Chrislyn, our student here? How are you coping, Chrislyn? Hello, Chrislyn. Nawala naman siya. Okay. And
She was disconnected.
Later on, Jo, we will be asking our friends from UAD.
Yes.
From time to time, we will be asking them to like give us a little discussion, just very briefly, on how they cope with the pandemic. But before that, here is Sir Echo. Let's ask Sir Echo. Hi, Sir Echo. How do you cope up with the health crisis, whether in professional life or personal life?
Yes, thank you very much, Mom Kim. Yeah. Actually, because I'm in Yogyakarta. Yogyakarta is one of the city that have a red zone. So in government said Yogyakarta is red zone. And many people have their affected by the virus of COVID-19, and now we are locked down. Our university is locked down. So the student and all, I think all school are locked down, and now after the government give us some vaccine, yeah, to the teacher, and we begin maybe we will try to have some kind like a hybrid learning for elementary school or junior high school, secondary high school, and maybe even in university. In next semester, maybe we will do hybrid learning. Maybe not much student will. Maybe we can split in a half when our class is bigger. We have a big class. We will split in a half, and they can come to our class. That's how we coping this COVID-19 in our university. And many things happen here, like for mental health. We have kajian. Ya, kajian is some like a speech in our religion. Our religion is from our expertise right here. And then also the most exciting one is how we cope this COVID-19 with when we learn about physics here, because we are in physics education here with us. Some of our lecture in physics education, Mr. Judiarto Pramudya, Aki Mustafa, Miss Ariati also here, right here, and Miss Dian Arta Kusumantas also here. We do some kind like we have a research about remote physics laboratory that maybe we will try to presentate next week in best practice teaching, and that's how we manage our student and in our university, in especially in physics education. For my own for my personal personal activities, I just go on to I like to get some exercise. So I do badminton twice a week with my friend, and if Miss Mom Kim like to talk each other, nah, I do talk each other with your friend, right? Okay, I also do that when I waiting when I waiting for after the badminton session. So if I play the badminton, and then after I play the badminton and waiting for the second set, maybe if I want to 2 or 3 set, when I do that, I just talking each other. How do you feel? What is they talk about their business, they talk about their families, and I just listening, and also I talk with them more about my job, maybe, or something that we can talk each other. they always make me laugh, make me happy in that time. So that's how I manage my healthiness and also my mental healthiness. My body with badminton, with badminton, and we talk each other when we meet each other in badminton session. And the second one is I also mention it right here is by traveling. Actually, all of my family are here. My wife and my son, my daughter, like to have some traveling. So we explore in many places, maybe many beautiful places in Jogja. We're not going to any places that very crowded. We look for the less interactive one. So if we go to mountain or we go to the beach, yeah, we choose the beach that unpopular. So we not meet much
Less people.
and that's how we manage to have some traveling and have some fun in that time. And you know that the happiness is the key of increase our immune to face the COVID-19. So I think we must to be happy, and all the audience right here all say in the chat room they are happy, and I hope that this here we meet each other, talking each other, make me happy and increase our immune. That's the idea of for me. I think that's all. Thank you, Mom.
Thank you, sir. We learned something from you today. You like badminton, you like talking also with friends, you like traveling. Okay, these are actually solution to some of the stresses that we experience. Don't you agree, Jo?
I couldn't agree, Ma'am Kim. Definitely, every one of us have our own different ways to cope up.
Yeah. Before you call one contributor to this afternoon's roundtable, I chose some of or a lot of the professors and students from our university to talk about how they cope up with the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think that would be very interesting and we can get something from them. And as I've said, from time to time, we'll be asking also our friends from UAD to also share their coping mechanism. So Jo, take it away.
Thank you, Ma'am Kim, for that. As what Ma'am Kim said, we'll be sharing or we'll be asking some from the University of Nueva Caceres to share. And I think it will be very good if we start with Miss Daisy Castañeda Sinosin. Daisy, are you there? She is one of the professors in the College of Arts and Sciences. Daisy?
Yes, and can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Let me see if I can show myself. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. And Ma'am Kim, thank you for our Indonesian friends. Salamat siang. Okay, good day. Okay. So for me, I only have five coping mechanisms that I found it effective for the past 2 years. So number one is gaining support from family and friends. That is, if you have a very good support system in the family, there's no way that you could not solve any problem in your life, in work, or it may be personal. So that's one thing. Just like Ma'am Kim, she's fond of talking to us and us too. Me too. I'm also fond of talking to Ma'am Kim and to anyone in our group chat. Second, that's one. That's the first one. The second would be in work. Okay, since I am gaining support from my friends, I would also love to hear their best practices in online teaching, specifically from my colleagues, because sometimes I have a hard time solving the work related issues. So of course I need to at least talk to them what is the best thing that they can do with this concern. So this is the second one. The third one would be I always look at the uh, good things of what is happening now. Okay, I am actually learning from the experience of this pandemic. Okay, that's number three. Seeing the good side. Okay, or like Chrislyn a while ago saying, seeing the brighter side. It's just the same. Number four, okay, I'm actually doing something to take my mind off the situation. Just like you, Anne, you're kind of gardening, okay, planting. I also love reading. I also love and going back to the old hobbies that I have this pandemic. And I also love to discover more about myself of what I can do. Okay, so that's one thing that's number four. The last thing, okay, that's very effective is I'm actually learning to live and love the situation because we cannot do something about this pandemic, just like what Ma'am Angie shared a while ago. So we might as well accept it, love it, and live with it. So that's the last thing that I usually think of. That's all. I only have five coping mechanisms.
Wow, thank you so much, Daisy. Indeed, one of the things that I've learned is that with what you've shared, it is part of us accepting the reality. And knowing you for quite some time, indeed, you're a very optimistic individual. Before we proceed to the students or other faculties, anyone from AUD who would like also share some of your coping mechanisms? Anyone? Sir Echo, do you have anyone from AUD who would like also to share some of your, coping mechanisms? Anyone from your university?
Wait a moment. Here with us is Dr. Yudiakto Pramudia, PhD. Hello, Mr. Yudiakto Pramudia, can you hear me? Okay.
Maybe he's on mute.
Okay.
Sir, maybe you can unmute yourself. All right, maybe while waiting for the team from UAD, we can ask another one from one of the students. So even though the faculty, they are also struggling, what more also with our students. So let's start. We would like to call Kayan Escalanda. She's also a student from the college.
Correction po is he po. Sorry.
He. All right. Thank you so much, Kayan. How do you pronounce this? Kayan.
It's Sayan po. My pronouns are he and him po. By the way.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sayan. Kindly open your video, please, and we will be very happy to share what you are doing for you to cope up with this situation.
Pardon for the for the inconvenience because my webcam is having a problem at the moment po.
Go ahead, no worries, Sayan. Yeah, no worries. Go ahead.
So good afternoon, everyone. I am Sayan Escalanda from UNC, and I am currently a second-year AB Political Science student. And of course, as a student, we have our own struggles, and we have different responsibilities, not just from our academic responsibilities, but we also have responsibilities from our organizations, whether it's from within or outside campus, as well as having responsibility within within our own four corners of our own home. So it's quite difficult, especially that now that we are in the pandemic, we we let's just say we didn't um, we never wanted to have this pandemic in the very first place. So that's why we are struggling to cope up with this situation. And I believe that everyone has their own certain coping mechanisms. But here are some of my coping mechanisms when as I am currently studying, especially during this distant learning mode. So for the university, our university offered two modalities, which is flexitech, or rather the synchronous with um, online class, and we also have the flexikit, which is modular. This is for the students who have intermittent internet connections, and that's the modality that I chose as early. Let's just say in the first in this first cluster of this second sem. So I know that there are a lot of activities in modular, and of course we are given we are also given an ample amount of time to accomplish this. However, there are still what do you call that? There are still times where we are not ourselves, or we cannot properly manage ourselves. So yeah, the very first thing that I've always think of is there are a lot of things that I really can't I really can't handle. I so the first thing, of course, is acknowledging the fact that we cannot please everything, as we cannot give what we don't have. And that is something that I have realized during online class. And of course, second, I do actually have a systematic what do you call that? I do have a system where I can finish my task, while of course considering my mental health. So yeah, as mentioned a while ago, um, it is it is highly desirable that we should look at the silver linings at we should look at the silver linings of each and every situations. But we can only do that if we have this certain um, resolution. For me, the it is quite wait up. It is a good it is a good thing for me to have this checklist. Of course, it's actually quite fulfilling to see where your progress is at. And it's my own way of coping, since we all know that we are bombarded with a lot of responsibilities aside from the academic responsibilities. So seeing that there are a lot of checks which I have right now, I currently finished all activities, and seeing all of the progress that I've made, I actually feel a lot better about myself, even if I doubted myself at the first uh, at the very beginning of the sem. The second coping mechanism, of course, is talking to our friends, which is the most I think it's very overused, but it is actually the most practical thing that we could do during this situation where we can't have um, physical interactions. And also, um, it is quite a good practice that we should be able to exhaust, or rather we should express um, our feelings, our current feelings, or at least trying to reconnect with some friends to um, to have a conversation that will make our lives at ease, especially that we are trying to do our best to look for to look for a way for us to to cope up with this situation. And third, for it is my it is just my personal a personal thing, since I believe that not everyone is fond of doing it, but of course I am also a visual artist, and drawing or sketching or other art related activities is my coping mechanism. But it is not confined within that certain activities. You can do certain activities rin, like when you're writing something, like when you're writing your thoughts or writing how you feel about the situation. um it's just that the most important thing that we should really do is try to exhaust or try to spill out all of the negative thoughts that we have on something that we can do in a productive way, such as whenever I feel like I'm down, I usually draw the things that um draw the things that makes me sad, anxious, or depressed, and I try to portray it in a certain image where it can divert the situation from being a very sad situation to a more positive outcome. So basically, that's all for me.
Thank you, Sian. Definitely, we've learned a lot, and you sharing with us that one way for you to actually, be happy is that you're able to know that you are progressing with what you're doing. I have this quote. I forgot where I got this, but it's a sort of like whatever cannot be measured cannot be improved. So I totally agree with you that you checking on your progress, whether it is small or big, so long as you are progressing from one point to another, that is really very helpful. And I think you're the third person to actually share that one way for you to cope up is to actually talk with other people, be with other people, whether we are not doing it face to face, but with the help of the technology right now, we're able to do that. And how about those people actually who in other way they cope up by being alone, not necessarily alone, but re-energizing but being just by themselves? Do we have people in the group? You can just type it in the chat box if you're the person who is actually coping, re-energizing with just being alone, listening to music, not minding the other people. Do we have anyone? Kindly chat or encode in the chat box if we have. Say me.
Sure.
Yes, go ahead, Ma'am Kim.
I've seen some of the artworks of Cyan kasi he
Oh.
mentioned that that's one of his coping mechanisms, and these are very good, and that's one
Wow.
way of productively coping up with the public health crisis at present.
Well, thank you so much, Ma'am Kim, for sharing that. Indeed, although not all are, gifted with that kind of talent of, creating a craft, a drawing in particular. What I can do is just, a stick. But I think some of us can do writing. He also mentioned that he's also into writing. So that's one way to cope up. That's very good, Cyan. So, right. Thank you so much, Sir Echo. And so, from the University of Nueva Caceres, we've heard a lot of things from them, and we will be very happy to listen to Effie Corneasare. Did I pronounce it right? We will be very happy if you're gonna be sharing with us your coping mechanisms. Effie, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Miss. Um, I uh, hang out, drinking coffee, um, reading book, uh, and reading my final thesis. Um, maybe I stay positive. That's
Wow, thank you, Effie. Did you mention staying positive?
yes,
Is that
yes,
right?
yes, yes, ma'am.
Wow. And I love what you told or what you mentioned earlier, drinking coffee. Do
Yes,
you
yes,
like
yes. I like it. I
wow.
like it.
Same here. Like, do you like coffee with sugar and cream or just the plain black
Oh,
coffee?
oh, black coffee. I like it. Black coffee.
Wow. Yeah. You can taste the bitterness, but you know, the flavor. It really is soothing. And I really love that. And indeed, you know, coming and then just drinking coffee and staying positive is indeed
Yes,
a
yes, yes.
very one of the very effective way to cope up with what is happening. Thank you so much, Effie, for
Okay.
sharing that.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll
Effie is
go ahead, Ma'am Kim.
Effie is very young for drinking coffee.
I totally agree. When I was in college, it's like I love soft drink or soda. It's very few, and you're very young, Effie, to be loving drinking coffee. So yeah, when you visit the Philippines, we'll visit a
We'll
coffee
prepare
shop.
a lot of coffee. We'll prepare a
Yes,
lot of
Yes,
coffee
ma'am.
for
Thank
her.
you. Thank you,
That's a
ma'am.
promise.
yes. The bulletproof coffee. That's very, very good. Anyway, oh, there's someone at the back. Hello. Thank you for joining us. And of course, sharing with that, we'd love to hear something from Kim Magdangan. Kim, he is one of the professors in the arts and sciences, and they also love coffee. And I think majority of us loves coffee. You can type in coffee at the chat box if you love coffee. Kim, are you in the room? Magdangan, not the Bigay, not Kim Bigay, but Kim Magdangan. So Kim Bigay is a lady, but Kim Magdangan is actually a guy. So yeah, wow, coffee supremacy.
Hello, Ma'am John. Can you hear me?
Hi Kim, yeah, we can hear you.
Actually,
There you go.
my laptop is acting weird. That's why I told Ma'am Gretch and Ma'am Kim that I'll be sharing mine later. Can Ma'am Gretch talk first? And then after her, or maybe later po. I have a problem as of this moment to my laptop. Thank you.
Sure, no problem with that. And yeah, coffee is life. Coffee, yeah, you know, with the emotion. Coffee buddy, and then coffee is real. Thank you so much. And of course, there are people in the room who also love tea. And yeah, green tea, ginger tea. Ginger tea in the Philippines is salabat, right? Yeah. Thank you so much. Drinking coffee. Our lunch break cannot be completed without coffee. And so with the request of Kim Magdangan, Gretchen, are you in the room? We would like to hear something from you.
Hi everyone, good afternoon.
Hi Gretchen, good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, Gretchen.
All right, so hello everyone. I'm Gretchen Barsatan. I'm an instructor in the College of Arts and Sciences. So when the lockdown started last year, I'm quite guilty of feeling excited of having a few days of rest, but I didn't expect that it will be longer than 15 days. So a few weeks after the pandemic hits us, I started feeling stressed. I'm not used to, not seeing my friends, my students, with all the social distancing. We're not allowed to travel and unwind or go to the mall or even conduct field work. I feel like I'm so down and stuck. I'm so bored and I'm so stressed with everything until I realize that I need to do something or else my mind will just be occupied with negative thoughts and feelings. That's when I started working out because it gives me a good feeling and I need to make sure that I'm healthy. And every morning before I open my email and start working, I make sure to appreciate sunrise while sipping coffee. I love coffee also. Having a positive thought before doing anything can really helps us be more productive. I also have a dog and I adopted a cat recently. So whenever I feel stressed out or sad, I play with them. They really help me emotionally. Having our own coping mechanism is so important, especially with our current situation. I guess what I'm trying to share with everybody is that we don't need expensive hobbies or gadgets to help us adjust in this situation. We just need to practice appreciating small things in our environment and, of course, in our lives, like sunsets, sunrise, the fact that we are waking up every day. Of course, we have food and we are healthy. Appreciating these little things makes us a positive thinker. Let's not pressure ourselves. Don't think about tomorrow or what will happen to our future now that we sometimes feel that we are not progressing because of this pandemic. Instead, let's do what we can for today. Take one small step at a time. One of my friends actually told me that if I can't solve a problem or can't think of any solution, then probably it's not really a problem and we're just overthinking. Try to look into other options or perspective to help us think clearly. Try to solve a problem that can be solved today and let our mind take a rest. Also, taking a break with social media or news or anything that will add up to our stress, uh, disconnecting from TV, phone, and computer sometimes helps us clear our mind. And of course, don't forget to always be kind to ourselves. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gretchen. And indeed, I totally agree with you. Going back to basic, sometimes it's not the gadget or, the expensive things that is actually making us happy. But, having those pets with you is one way for us to share. And I think there's the study wherein these pets are actually, giving us the positive energy. All right. Thank you so much, Gretchen. And we would like to call, of course, from UAD. We would like, before we call on a representative from UAD, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our university president, Dr. Feilea Patria Lauraya. Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for visiting this session. And according to her, it's a tablespoon coconut virgin oil with honey daily before bedtime as protection from COVID. Yeah, actually, you are very right, Madam Faye. Taking good care of our health is one way for us to, fight COVID. Thank you so much. And as I've said, we would like to call in a representative from UAD. And hold on, I need to find the name. Sir Echo, would you like to introduce the representative from UAD?
Yes, Miss Sylvia Lely, please share with us how you cope with COVID-19.
Yes, sir. To deal with COVID, we are studying carry out routines as usually. But what makes us different is that we study at home. Our learning is done synchronously and asynchronous. Of course, to maintain my health, I eat healthy food, do light exercise, chat with friends over the phone, watch Harry Potter movie, and of course keep positive thinking. All of that to keep my body immune. So that's it.
Wow. Thank you so much, Sylvia. What movie do you like watching?
Harry Potter, of course.
Oh, have you read the book? from the Sorcerer's Stone to the recent one? Have you completed reading the book, or you just watch it?
No, I'm just watch a movie of Harry Potter.
Wow.
Not really.
Are you a Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw? Which house are you? Oh, Slytherin. Okay.
Draco Malfoy.
Oh, that's missing out. So, I don't know if all of you knows Harry Potter, but yeah, it was first released when we were in high school. So don't ask for our age. But yeah, there are different four houses in the Harry Potter series, and according to Sylvia, she's part of Slytherin. And I'm wondering, I Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Gryffindor. So Gryffindor from Harry Potter. All right. So thank you so much, Sylvia.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And let's catch up. There's a lot of movies related to that, and there's a lot of free movies as well. All right, so thank you so much. And then we'll move on to one of our students again. May we call in Annabelita Villete. She's also one of the arts and sciences student. Annabelle, are you in the room? All right, there you are.
Hello po, good afternoon. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I am Annabelita Villete from a third year from the College of Arts and Sciences, and I'll be sharing, or allow me to share, my coping mechanisms during this pandemic. So I know that everyone is suffering due to the situation that we are currently in. This pandemic continuously challenges us, both our families and ourselves, which create a major impact to our life. And equally, as a student, we are experiencing hardships and difficulties, especially in this new normal setup. Even I myself is in a continuous part. But here lies the question, how do I cope in this problem? How do I keep myself motivated even during this trying times? I say, my friend, simple. First, be thankful, pray, and stay connected. Thankful means appreciating the little things around us, the things that we have. By doing it, it helps us to be optimistic despite the hurdles that life is giving us. Second is praying. It is actually a good way to comfort our soul after a long day. It helps us to keep motivated and to keep our actions aligned to our virtues, even in our own houses. And for the third one is to stay connected. Social distancing doesn't mean that we also have to be isolated. Try to utilize the online platforms that we have to strengthen our communication to our families and friends. It is hard at first, but once you do started, you are not just brightening your own world, but also to the people around you. And if you still feel anxious and unsettled, know that that feeling is all right because you are not alone. And knowing that it is actually a natural response to the new normal that we are in, but don't let this pandemic break you. You are strong and you're a warrior, and for reaching this far, know that the people around you is also proud of you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Annabelle. And indeed, I would like to request everyone to, say that to ourselves. And if you can remember what Annabelle said, I would like to request for you to tell yourself that I am strong and I am a warrior. That is a sort of self-affirmation that indeed, despite what is happening in this in the world, we can still cope. And at the same time, I really love what you said, Annabelle, by mentioning that we need to stay connected. Meaning, yeah, we are not, meeting each other face to face, but we are gifted with the technology for us to use this to our advantage. So we need to stay connected, just like what we're doing right now. We may not have the physical presence of us meeting our Indonesian friends, but we are given this platform for us to meet and share the best practices. So thank you so much, Annabelle. And with that, Sir Ekon, we would like to request a representative from UAD to also share.
Okay, I don't know which I will choose, Mom. Then maybe here actually we have some people right here, but I don't know they are can share with us or not. We also have a lecture right here. We have Dr. Yudiato Pramutia, PhD. We have also Miss Ariati, maybe, and also here with us also the another person right here, our lecturer and also our student. But I don't know they want to share or not, Miss. I'm not. Maybe we can call it Miss Mom.
Right. Maybe later on, if you're not very comfortable sharing with us by talking, maybe you can chat it in the chat box so that we can also know how you cope up with this new normal. And with that, maybe we call on. I received a message coming from Kim Magdangan. Kim, you're ready now? We would like to listen with your coping mechanism.
Hello po, good afternoon. For a moment. Can you see me now po?
Yes, we can, Kim.
I decided actually to create a slide for this one so that the listeners and the viewers can what do you call this? Aside from hearing what I'm sharing, you can see a visual representation. Can I share screen po?
Proceed, Kim. Proceed.
For a moment while I'm opening my slide. Anyway, while I'm opening it, just a few sharing during. I know every one of us had a hard time during the pandemic, especially when it was implemented way back in March. In my case, at first I thought it's gonna be easy since all you need to do is to be locked down in your house, in our houses, etc., etc. But as time goes by, I really find it hard. Like one of the major difficulty that I had was the both my parents lost their jobs, so suddenly I became the breadwinner of the family. But as of now, I'm very okay when it comes to the current situation. We really need to adapt. Anyway, I just decided to create a slide so the listeners, aside from hearing it, can also see it. Anyway, this is my coping strategies in the midst of pandemic. So this is my name, and I am from the College of Arts and Sciences. And I'm handling subjects. Those are the subjects, so no need na for me to discuss. Games. I started with games. So to specifically know what games do I play, this is Wild Rift. If you are familiar, probably some of us or some of you are also a player. And that one is a Summoners of War, and the other one is Resident Evil. So those are my coping mechanisms. Back then, we are from the Bicol region, and that region is known to always have a blackout because of the typhoon. So aside from the pandemic lockdown, we also suffered from almost 2 months no electricity. In our case, because in our specifically in our barangay, we lost the electricity because we had a problem when it comes to the post, wherein the electricity or the wires for the electricity are being what do you call that, wired to. So those are some of the games that I did play. I do watch movies and series too. Money Heist, if you are familiar. So that is Money Heist. It's a series. It's somehow psychological series, and some of us came from the field of psychology. This one is an anime. Maybe because I'm still in the Gen 1995, that belongs to a millennial, right? So maybe that's the reason why I still watch animes. And then My Love from the Star, guys, are you familiar? So it's one of the K-drama that I like. Families, relatives, and neighbors. Aside from the pandemic, are being locked down, the GCQ, our barangay specifically was extended to be locked down because there's so many positive in our barangay. So specifically our street was barricaded, and then in the past I really don't talk to our neighbors, but because of that barricaded street, I learned to talk to them. So 1 month extended our street specifically. So it's like you get to know the 20 houses in that street only. So I'm just going to share that my parents, my mom, my dad, these are their pictures, and my cousins. So it really helped me to cope up with the anxiety, depression. Because during the pandemic, specifically in the span of March, April, May, June, July, I had an experience talking to talking about mental health, and basically it says that 2 weeks and beyond, that's the time that you can say that you are depressed or you are having an anxiety. You cannot just say that you are depressed or you are having anxiety in just an overnight. So the standard is 2 weeks and beyond. And during that time, I realized that maybe this is what I am talking about now, because I keep on saying those things without experiencing those. But during that time, I realized, I felt that maybe this is the one I am talking about now whenever I'm having a speakership related to mental health. So it was a bit hard, but then I was able to adapt. These are some of my friends. These are my friends from our church. And these are my college friends or batchmates. And I featured Ma'am Daisy and Sir Julius. I'm sorry, Ma'am Kim, I can't find a picture with you. And then, but anyway, all of them are my friends. Ma'am Joanne, Ma'am Gretch. These are my pets. Anyway, guys, I also have pets. So this is Alex. He is an expressive cat. This one is Kimi. She is a bit shy cat. But most of the time, they are my workmates during the work from home. So another workmate was Alex. The two of them helped me also with the coping strategies. I love dogs, but I wanted cats more because they are a bit quiet. They are more quiet than dogs. And then the food, of course, all of us, sometimes we need comfort food. So I just took random pictures of food. So it's a DQ ice cream and then a pizza. Exercise. So some of us did. Suddenly you are very conscious now with your health. Suddenly you are taking juices instead of soft drinks. So I did exercise, going to the gym. So I just shared some pictures. Exercise, in the morning. And then music. I also love music. I do sing to our church. And these are some of my bandmates. And there you go. So it helped me also in coping with the changes. And then work, of course, I should enjoy working to help me still give my best. So as an example, sometimes whenever we are doing our class attendance, I'm giving them a theme. So for today, our class attendance theme is postal ID picture. So no one should smile. For the next day, our class picture attendance will be wacky. So those are just some of the examples to somehow enjoy the class. So those are the picture of my students. And then of course, God, there was a lot of alone time back then. And just to share, I opted to take sleeping pills. But anyway, it's not the sleeping pills that you should have a prescription. It's just a sleeping pills because of the anxieties and worries. So somehow it helped me, and also God, we should keep on praying even though we are losing hope. Then just a sharing of the verse, because the worrying part was my enemy back then. I keep on worrying about tomorrow because suddenly my parents lost their job. And let me share this verse. Do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own. Matthew 6:34. So we should really me to adapt to the changes and lay down to the Lord some of your anxieties, because sometimes it should not be you worrying about it. Try asking help from Him, and then let Him do the works. And another quotation, worrying does not take away tomorrow's troubles, it takes away today's peace. So let's try to at least live at the moment and let tomorrow worry about it. That will be all. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much, Kim. I'm quite speechless right now. I'm very happy with all the things that you have shared. And indeed, starting is very hard, but once you get the hang of it, you can do it. All right. So we are very inspired with the stories that you have shared with us, and very happy that right now I totally agree with you that us still working, having our job, sharing what we can share is already a blessing. And we I believe from the presentation also from UAD, they have shared that for the UNC we are working from home, and even from the UAD they are also working from home to ensure that, of course, above all else, it's the safety of everyone. Okay, so um, we would like to request anyone from UAD. You can speak in Indonesian language. We are very fortunate that we have Sir Echo here to translate it for us. So we would love to hear from you personally. What are you doing for you to cope up in this new environment? And don't you worry, because definitely Sir Echo will help us translate it in English. So you're right, Sir Echo?
Yes.
All right. So we would like to encourage everyone. You've mentioned, Sir Echo, that we also have rector from UAD. We do have rectors from UAD, right? I have seen a vid open cam here. Yudiakto Prabudya. Did I pronounce it right?
Yes.
Yudiakto. All right.
Yes, Yudiakto Pramudya is one of our lecture. Okay.
Right, sir.
Mr. Yudiakto. Hello, Mr. Yudiakto. Hello, can you hear me, Mr. Yudiakto Pramudya?
Mr. Pramudya, you're on mute. Maybe we can request, simple message or information how you cope up with the new normal, your coping mechanisms. If you can share at least one or two, sir.
I think I will chat them. I will chat them.
Right. Okay, so while we're waiting from the UAD representative, maybe we can ask someone from one of the students of UNC. Maybe we call in Jari Sanyat. She's a criminology student. Jari, are you in the room? And while we are waiting, according to Gerardo Naido, seeing others who struggle in their basic needs is also distressing. That's why we conducted a donation drive to buy rice, canned goods, and other grocery items to be given to struggling families in our locality. Thank you to the alumni of UNC for working with me. Yeah, I totally agree with you, Gerardo. And to our Indonesian friends, we call this we do have this trending community pantry wherein everyone can donate what they can and they can get what they need. All right, so thank you so much. Since Jari is not yet in the link, may we please ask Charmaine Gonzalez. She's a professor from the College of Criminal Justice Education.
Hi, ma'am. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I would like to request if it's okay to turn off my camera because
I think I'll be disconnected in a few minutes because I'm just using my mobile data. Is it okay, pa?
Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead, Charm. It's okay for
So,
us if you switch off your camera.
okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm here to tell you about how I dealt with the situation, or should I say, I survived through this pandemic. We had no idea this would happen to us. Yes, I understand that we are all struggling to adjust to this situation, but I have to admit that during that time, few months after the government declares a state of emergency, I feel like the burden has been doubled on my part. It's as if I've been pushed further into the ground, unable to move or elevate myself. I'm not sure what's going on with me that time because, in our field, which is criminology, we're trained to be strong, and if we fall, we have to get back up and fight. Perhaps the sleepless nights are one of the reasons I'm feeling this way. Everything is changing so quickly that we have to change the delivery of education from face-to-face to online class. When we have to prepare modules or lessons and finish all the paperwork in a short period of time, answering students' queries late at night, and of course, your own personal problems. That was quite stressful, and I'm definitely under pressure. Usually, I'll take a few days off and go to the beach or climb a mountain alone, of course, with a tourist guide, just to relieve my stress. And then I'll be okay. But not this time, since we had to stay at home for our own safety, and that made me down most of the time. Would you like to hear how I handled this situation? Number one is family support. They will be your number one reason why you're fighting. However, even if you have communicated your problems with them, they may not fully understand you, but their presence is enough. Aside from my family, I have my closest friends and a special someone, which is now my husband, who are always there for me, making me laugh and reassuring me that everything will be okay. And of course, my beloved student, who never fails me to send a message now and then. And the school, University of Nueva Caceres, always providing webinar and full support to the employees. And of course, since I can't go out, climb mountain, what I did was to watch movies, K-drama, horror, or comedy shows and play with my dog, Molly. And it really makes me happy. I just also want to share that I have this one person who became my savior and is always guiding me on what to do. We were constantly on the phone almost every day, discussing each other's concerns in our personal lives and work. She always listens to me and advises me on what to do, and I did the same. It's good to know that there is someone who completely understands your situation. But you know what's funny? Sometimes we cried while talking on the phone when sharing our problems, and we laugh afterward. But don't get me wrong, we are not crazy. We are 100% well. It's merely a way for us to relieve our stress. I've read an article that crying has health benefits, so it is okay to cry whether you are a man or a woman. If this will make you feel better, and yes, that was effective. I really appreciate her so much, and despite the fact that she became the dean of our department a few months ago, her treatment remains consistent. She is the boss, but she is also a good friend. She would be aware of when her faculty or teachers would be stressed and would allow us to rest. I recall her saying that it is okay if our progress is slow, doing one thing at a time, as long as we are moving and growing. And because of her and everyone's words of encouragement, I'm still here fighting and smiling. What I'm trying to say here is that no matter how bad your situation right now, there will always be someone who will be there for you to lift you up and push you to do better. Just remember, you are not alone and you will never be. Thank you.
Wow. You are not alone and you will never be. Someone will gonna push you and help you to get up and start something new. All right. That is very inspiring, and we couldn't agree more. And I think the strongest one is someone who's also showing her weakness. I would love to see you, Charm, posting pictures of you in the mountain. Yeah. And I totally agree. I'll definitely share what you have shared with us with Dean Lorley. So thank you so much, Charm. And
Thank you, ma'am.
with that, yes. And with that, I think, is it okay if we can call in Sinta Ayuandaira? Would you like to share with us your coping mechanisms?
I'm associate this program and thank you for the program. And today I'm very happy to follow this program, and I want to follow this what I mean what you think in UNC and UAD in here. Just this my thank you.
Um, Thank you also, Cynthia, for being with us. Sir Echo, would you like to tell more?
I think she's very happy to attend this forum today. That's the point, I think. So
Thank you so much. Cynthia, are you in the university or are you at home?
I'm in ma'am. Yeah.
Wow, that's good. That's good to hear. You're staying at home, so you're also safe. And yes, Madam Faye, we totally agree with you. We love them, to Charmaine and to Kim Poy. By the way, this is also an honor for us that our president is here with us. Thank you so much. And of course, we would like to listen from one of my favorite math teacher, Sir Rome Layones. Are you in the room already? Sir Rome? I think he's still connecting. So while waiting for him, so we have from Arts and Sciences, from Criminology. Of course, we do have from the College of Education, Earl Dwight Cerrado. Earl, are you in the room already?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can I be
Good
heard already?
afternoon. Yes, you are loud and clear. Go ahead, share with us your coping mechanisms, Earl.
Okay. Let me just allow myself to be shown on the screen. Hi, everyone. Okay. But before that, salamat sa iyong my Indonesian friends and good day, my dear Philippines. Once again, I am Earl Dwight Sarado, a third-year education student from the University of Nueva Caceres. Well, with my coping mechanism, my family is on the top of the list. They have always been my strength and why I still pursue my dreams and aspiration despite the emotional struggles and detriments that the COVID-19 has caused to every one of us. They are my home, a home where I feel safe and sound. So I always talk and share things with them, anything under the sun. Another one is that my love for dancing and performing is still burning, which I know everyone is very familiar with it. I am using TikTok to showcase my talent to the public. And of course, I may not have too much followers because as far as I can remember, I only have 20 plus followers, but I don't care. As long as I can share my talent to the public, it actually helped me a lot to divert my attention away from my anxiety. Also, next on the list is that with my love when playing mobile games, I also love playing Mobile Legends. As far as I know, Indonesians are very familiar with this one because Indonesians are topping the charts in the tournaments. And yeah, that's why I know Indonesian popular people such as the teams that are joining tournaments and also Genshin Impact. An open RPG world where I can talk with different people across the Asian countries. So yeah, I can socialize virtually with other people. So with that, it kept me sane and be connected with my friends while enjoying. And as much as possible, I still see my friends outside, but we do follow safety health protocols because we do not want to get COVID-19. So we still hang out, but it was not the same in terms of how we do things before. As an outgoing person, I am an extrovert person. Just for your information, I always wanted to release such energy of mine by socializing and communicating with different people, which those I have shared today kept me alive and kicking. And I hope I have shared some ideas on how you can still be happy even amidst the pandemic and even amidst the emotional struggles that the pandemic has given to us. Thank you, my friends from Indonesia, Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, and Philippines, Salamat, University of Nueva Caceres. And I hope to meet you someday. Bye-bye. Thank you so much po.
Wow, Earl, I really love the energy. Indeed. I was about to say sample, for us to see your talents. And maybe you can post in the chat box your is that account in TikTok so that we can follow you. So from that 20 followers, we can increase that to 1,000, if not a million, right? So
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
yeah, we'd love to see you. It may not be this time, but definitely soon. We're gonna be creating. For those who doesn't have any TikTok account, maybe we can do that. Create one and then follow each other. And we are very happy that Indonesians are one of those people who are really excelling in the world of mobile games. So this pandemic is indeed there are a lot of chaos that happen, but there are also bright opportunities and us dealing with not only within the Asian countries but the rest of the world. And of course, according to um, Miraton Nafia, did I pronounce it right? According to him, during this pandemic, in addition to doing campus assignments, I participated in one of the programs from the Indonesian government, namely campus teaching for remote schools in Indonesia. Wow. You doing, paying it forward to other people, helping other people is indeed one of the ways to rechannel our energy and make the most out of it. And we are very happy that we are sharing the same goals in life to not only take good care of ourselves, but to also our fellow Indonesians, fellow Filipinos. Thank you so much. And yeah, thank you. And then according to yeah, I totally agree with you, Kim Poy. You need to provide Earl your TikTok account so that we can follow you. And maybe there are also talented Indonesians, our friends from Indonesia, who can do a sample, and we'll be happy to watch the video. Okay, and so with that, I think in as much as we would like to, talk with each other, share with each other, we only have a few left people to share with us their coping mechanisms. And maybe we can start by calling Maria Carmela Sales. She's one of the students from the College of Business and Accountancy. Okay, Carmela?
Hello everyone, am I audible po?
Yes, you are. You're
Can I
very
also
pretty.
share my PowerPoint presentation? Like Sir Kim po, I also prepared one po.
Sure, we'll be glad to see your PowerPoint presentation. Wow, you're really prepared for this. Thank you so much.
I'll be sharing my
And
screen.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you are very right, Daisy. It's very heartwarming to see students in the same platform, and we are very proud of them. Oh, are you ready, Carmela?
Can you
Oh,
already
not
see
yet.
my screen po? Not yet? It's
Not
already
yet.
starting to share. Wait po. Okay,
Sure,
now
go
can you see
ahead.
now po?
Yeah, there you go. We can see it.
Okay, so hello everyone. I'm sending my greetings all the way here from the Philippines to our friends there from Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. Did I pronounce it correctly? In Indonesia. So as mentioned, I will also be sharing my coping mechanisms in this COVID-19 pandemic. But before that, let me introduce myself. I am Maria Carmela P. Sales, a second-year financial management student from the College of Business and Accountancy at the University of Nueva, Caceres, and I am really honored to be part of this event today. And as you can see on your screens, that's me. And this was taken at the hallway of UNC. Now, I know that most, if not all of us, have truly struggled during this pandemic since this new normal setup is entirely new for us all, both the students, teachers, even our parents, or literally each and every one of us have experienced various hurdles as we venture through this COVID-19 pandemic. And I am not an exception, and actually, no one is exempted from this dilemma. As you can all see, this is a global pandemic. But what did I do to cope? What did I do to be here speaking to all of you and sharing my story? So simple. I embraced the change and abided by the safety protocols. I continued my life, my education, my student leadership, my hobbies. So basically, I'm just doing what I've been doing before the outbreak of the pandemic. I explored and maximized the use of technology since everything is now digitalized. I also make sure to make a um, list of to-dos and be sure to accomplish them on time so that my workloads won't pile up, because if it did, it will only cause me a lot of stress, which I don't want that to happen, especially at this situation. And also, um, I accept every opportunities that come my way whenever I can, because I don't want to have any regret in the end. So I accept opportunities such as this one, this event that we have right now. I also watch Netflix. I know all of you or most of you can relate to this. So maybe a movie or series from Netflix during my free time. But if I'm not watching on Netflix, I am watching on YouTube or listening music to my Spotify account. So I also read novels, may it be a hard copy of the book or the soft copy of it. And also, I play with my puppy. Her name is Amber. And of course, I wear a face mask and face shield since it's mandatory and I've been accustomed to using it already. When I go out and make sure to disinfect regularly, since of course safety measures. And of course, I also do other things which I did not include in this PowerPoint anymore, like sleeping. Of course, that's very important. Food tripping. I'm a food enthusiast, and I also love doing arts and crafts. May it be digital or the actual using of the hands. So as you can all see, even though we are in this kind of setup, we can actually still find a way to do a lot of things to enjoy, to relax our mind and body from all the stress that we are encountering. And I admit it's not as easy as it sounds, since I am also experiencing breakdowns, anxieties, frustrations. But I can say that with proper time management, with organization, and willingness to accept this change that we have at present, I know and I can tell you that little by little, it becomes possible. It is possible for us to enjoy, even though we are distanced from each other, even though we're not doing the things that we've been doing before the outbreak of this pandemic. And also, one last thing I want to share with all of you po, is that I do not keep everything to myself. I believe it is important that we have constant communication with whom we can share our ups and downs in life, especially now that we are isolated from each other. Um, it's important that we are able to share our simple achievements, our problems, or anything that we can remove from our baggage. Uh, Perhaps we can do this with our family or to our friends or to a significant other if you have one, or to any platform like Facebook, Twitter, social media, as long as you feel safe and comfortable. And in this way, we know that we are not alone. We know that there is someone ready to listen to us. We know that someone actually cares for us even if we cannot be with them physically, but at least we can interact or communicate with them virtually. So I guess that's all po for my sharing on my coping mechanisms during this time of pandemic. But I hope all of you learned a thing or two from what I have just mentioned po, or you were able to relate to what I have shared po. So that's all. Thank you everyone, and God bless po.
Thank you so much, Carmela. I've seen a lot of messages in our chat box. Your professors are very, very proud of you. And one thing that I've learned from all those things that you've shared is that we need to celebrate, even though these are just small things. So I totally agree with you. Having this people that we can share whatever we are feeling, especially celebrating all these things is one way for us to cope up. Again, kudos to you, Carmela, and please see the chat box. It's overflowing with messages for you. They're very proud of you. Congratulations. And of course, we only have one last here, but not the least, of course, Chris Navarrosa from the College of Business and Accountancy. We would like to also listen and be inspired. From the start of this session, we were learning, we are very, very inspired with all the sharings that you have, with all the information that you're sharing with us. Okay, so Chris Gregory Navarrosa is in the link. Hello, Chris.
Hey, hi, mom. Good afternoon. So yeah, hi to our students from UAD, and good afternoon, everyone. So as uh, as I was listening to everyone from their coping mechanism, I almost relate to almost everyone. But just want to highlight maybe one of the most helpful coping mechanism that I've been always doing, especially in this time of pandemic. One of those, of course, I want to highlight first my family, especially my mom, who's always being there, reminding us, our family always there, reminding us, telling us that, and showing to us and letting us feel that they are there for us and to support us, whatever we do, whatever decisions we have. And also our friends. We may be just far from each other, so having social distancing because of this recent pandemic, but before the internet was supposed disconnecting us, even though there was no pandemic yet, but through the internet also it were connecting us, and with that we're grateful because of. And another thing would be some coping mechanism would be the outdoor activities that I've been doing before the cases here in our place rise up. There had been some activities like biking, frisbee, and jogging activities that has been I've been doing to relieve my stress in school and family. That's unavoidable, but that's the reality that we have to cope up. And but doing outdoor activities, as mentioned earlier, was really helpful to because what we see in our four corners of our houses are somehow just temporary, or what we need is really to see the real world and appreciate small things. Another would be I have also this so-called D group or discipleship group. It's a ministry where we can meet together, discuss together about Bible verses, study the Bible, study about the Word of God, and having them by my side, having them and listening to their thoughts, listening to their insights, helped me cope up with this recent pandemic. And knowing their experience also taught me that there are a lot of things to appreciate and there's a lot of things to be thankful of. And lastly would be the presence of prayer and your and recognizing that there are a lot of people praying for you, even though you don't know them, even though you're not always with them. There's a thought that always keep in mind that there are a lot of people loving you and that you should live for them, not only for yourself. That would be all for. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Chris. And again, one of your professor, Ma'am Bell, is really, really proud of you. Indeed, we have people to help us, and we can do a lot of things. We just need to embrace what is the reality, what is really happening, and celebrate the small things that we can enjoy. Thank you so much. And I couldn't agree more from the start of this session, from what was shared with us, from Mom Angie's presentation when it comes to mental health, from the ABC on how do we cope up. And sorry with the background noise. My office mates downstairs are actually also having their meeting, the dogs. So yeah, and according to Sir Echo, in Indonesia we have Kampus Menggahar. Did I pronounce it right, Sir Echo?
Kampus Mengajar nih, Ma'am. Yes, Kampus Mengajar is one of our government program for in this country. Many students, we have a huge area right in Indonesia, and we also have million of elementary school, and this in this pandemic era they are shut down, and if we are in this city like Yogyakarta, right here, we have internet connection, but in many area, in many remote area, there is no internet connection. But they must just shut down the school. So how we to face something like that? So the government have a program named Kampus Mengajar, or campus mean campus university, and then mengajar mean teaching. So the bachelor student of university is sent by government to go to that school and to teach, to help the teacher to teach the student. Some of them are maybe must to travel 10 kilometer with many distraction, many I cannot imagine that they are in the forest or something like that in Indonesia. You know that in Indonesia and Filipino have the almost the same condition, right? In the nature is almost the same, yeah. And they must to go to home by home teaching, or even do something in the school to make to help the teacher to teach in the school. And they reach their 3 months. 3 months actually. They go to the school, and this is the final month. In 25 of June, they will they will go back to university again, and then they do it near their house. So maybe if I have if I'm in Bantul, and I am the Miss Miratun Nafiah. Is one of the Kampus Mengajar program, is one of the member of Kampus Mengajar program. He will do that. He will help the elementary school near their house. So they work from home, and they help the nearest elementary school in their home. And that's actually happened inside with all. Maybe you can imagine Indonesia have many universities, and UAD sent almost 315, I think, students sent all of UAD. But in physical education, because we only send because we are have to register to government. We have 12 students involved in this campus mengajar program. So that's how our government do with the student in elementary school to help in this pandemic era. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Echo. Indeed, our students in the college or bachelors were sent to elementary students to help them cope up with this new environment. And I can agree with you, sir, that we have the same situation here. Not all of our elementary school have an access to the internet. So that is a good move from the Indonesian government in mobilizing our students from college to help our students in the elementary. And Chris is sharing this one. If you look at the world, you'll be distressed. If you look within, you'll be depressed. If you look at God, you'll be at rest. By Corey Ten Boom. Thank you so much, Chris, for sharing this one. And yeah, I totally agree with you, Madam Faye. The candid sharing of everyone is greatly appreciated. We learned a lot from you. And of course, this is a way of us to say that we are very, very happy. Our Indonesian friends from UAD and of course from the University of Nueva Caceres. So to end the session, I would like to call in Ma'am Kim Bigay to give us the summary of this session, and maybe in the before we move on to the closing session, is that we'll be having a photo op with you. So um okay, according to Sir Echo, if we can have the PowerPoint presentation from Ma'am Angie Kadag. Ma'am Angie, Sir Echo is requesting for the deck.
Yes
If
po,
we can
sure.
share that. All right, so that's it.
Just send us po the email.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
So
sir.
for me, it is very interesting, Mom. You do
Thank you.
something, so guidance to the student, how you guidance the student, you make us, for me, it is very creative things for the student. I want to learn more about that, and maybe I can use it for my student here in Indonesia. And
Or Sir Echo, maybe you can invite Ma'am Angie Kadag.
I will
My pleasure.
Speaker.
And here also we have Cinta. Maybe they have a chat right here. Maybe Miss Mom Ann will read for us. Thank you.
Sure, and according to Cynthia, during the COVID pandemic, I felt it was a challenge to get education, even though it was replaced. But now education is more advanced with technology. There are also many things that can be done, such as conducting research, finding solutions to the many problems during the pandemic, and greater opportunities to be more active